regular council meeting will come to order. And could we have a certification of a quorum, please?
Yes, sir. Jason, Mayor Knight.
Here.
Ruth Gamadio Smith, Councilmember Place 1.
Here.
Councilmember Place 2, Elise Chacon.
Here.
Councilmember Place 3, Luana Lulu Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Place 4, Doug Goyer.
Here.
Mayor, there's a quorum of the council present to conduct this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Now would everyone please rise for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, we gather in gratitude to serve our community. May wisdom and respect guide our discussions, and may a spirit of cooperation inform our decision as we work together for the well-being of all who call this city home. In your guiding presence, we proceed with purpose and goodwill. Amen.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now we're going to have a presentation on the 4th of July celebration from Malik Jones, Director of Community Enrichment.
How y'all doing? I'm Malik Jones, Director of Community Enrichment. Like you just said, I'm actually going to shut up this time.
For the Intro Council, Mayor, it's an honor to be in front of you guys today. I'm honored to be here. My name is Ian Leslie. I'm the Regional Public Affairs Manager for the state of Texas, and my sole role is to be able to, in a tangible way, explain to you guys the transparency, auditability, and compliance tools that are embedded into Flock that allows for it to be one of the most transparent and effective public safety tools used across the country. Is everyone seeing my slides? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So before I get into talk about the device itself, I want to give you a little bit of background on Flock. So Flock started out in 2017, and unlike most public safety technology companies, actually started out selling directly to small HOAs and small townships who were dealing with a lot of petty theft crimes that would go unsolved. And so a lot of times when crime happens and someone takes, the details that they have from the crime to the police department, a lot of times the police department will ask them, well, did you get the license plate? Did you get the match of the vehicle? That's because a large percentage of crime is tied to a vehicle. And so we have grown from again solving those petty theft crimes that HOAs and everyday community members with to kind of this evolution of a public safety system now used by law enforcement in both the public and private sector. And so to date, Flock is actually solving over 10% of crime nationwide, and has over 12,000 customers represented in 5,000 communities across the country. And so that speaks vastly to the trust, to the innovation that takes to go from from solving small petty crime to then solving some of our nation's most heinous crimes, murders, domestic violence, theft of a vehicle, everyday crime that a lot of times go unsolved unless a Flock device is utilized. And so I say all this to say I'm here to just explain the shared mission that Flock has, and that's to eliminate crime in your community and build a safer future for everyone. And how we do that? We have an ecosystem of technology that works together that serves as a force multiplier, or that falls in the bucket of collaborative policing technology. And what I mean by that is it's no hidden agenda that different agencies across the country are coming under different budget constraints, allocation constraints, personnel constraints, and so we need to rely on technology to more effectively and efficiently deal with crime. Criminals are also getting smarter, right? And so we need to step into the 21st century of what we're calling policing. And one of my favorite quote up here is how we do that is what we're going to talk about today is ALPRs. And so from Chief Murray, Dr. McPD, favorite quote of his, this is the single greatest change to DNA, that is a game changer. And again, that is because Flock's ecosystem of technology is allowing for crimes that a lot of times would go unsolved to be solved effectively and efficiently in a well-timed manner. LPRs. So there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of ambiguity about LPRs, and I'm here to explain to you what an LPR does and does not do. An LPR takes a picture, a point-in-time image of the back of a vehicle and captures a license plate, make, model, color of the vehicle. It does not include facial recognition. It is not utilized for tracking people. It's specifically tied to capture vehicles that are tied to crime, and that's solely it, full stop. It is an infrastructure-free camera, so we're one of the only technology vendors that allow for our LPR cameras to be solar implemented without infrastructure. And the camera itself is tied to what we call real-time alerts. That is tied to NCIC, which is National Crime Information Center, and then TCIC, which is Texas Crime Information Center. And so basically how the system works is within 20 seconds of a vehicle that was tied to a crime entering the jurisdiction and being captured by the camera, your agency will be alerted within 20 seconds of, hey, this vehicle, that maybe was in San Antonio is connected to a murder, right? And it's entered into your guys' jurisdiction within 20 seconds. That is imperative because that gives you awareness and insight into, crime that is actually happening in the community versus that car being able to be in Aransas past, multitude of days and then, ultimately committing a crime. And that's full stop. It's not meant for tracking people. It's solely picking up those vehicle characteristics that I identified. And just to repeat for clarity, back of the license plate, capturing the license plate, vehicle make, model, and color of the vehicle. And then lastly, the network is kind of where it ties in. And so the network itself is built up of the use cases of different cameras, right? So the more cameras, the bigger your network, right? And so obviously more cameras that you have, the more ability you're able to have more coverage and pick up more vehicles either entering or exiting the city center. And so when we work with your agency directly, we customize based on the locations they think is best for your guys' community, but ultimately it's in the egress and ingress of the city, exit and entrances of the city. What if we don't capture the license plate? What if the picture is blurry? We have innovative technology through our AI and machine learning model where we are able to roll out a feature that calls vehicle fingerprint. And so vehicle fingerprint, it allows for if the license plate is captured not completely or fully, that is what allows us to capture the make, model, or other details of the vehicle that will allow for your agency to still go in and track the vehicle, such as a roof rack, maybe a bumper sticker, maybe it has there's some damage on the right bumper rear of the vehicle, right? Those are the types of descriptions that people will be able to remember when they're reporting a crime or trying to track a vehicle. Now I have a short vehicle that I'm going to play that's just going to highlight some of the things that I'm going over too as well, but it'll also give you insight and actual visual of how agencies utilize the system.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I build software at Flock. You've probably heard of license plate readers and thought surveillance. I understand why it feels that way, but that's not what we built. License plate readers take images of vehicles. Flock LPR is used after a crime happens. Things like stolen cars, hit and runs, a missing person, an officer for a specific vehicle tied to that case. The LPR system doesn't track people, and it doesn't predict when crime will happen. We can only search for vehicles on our LPR cameras. License plates, make, model, color, and other unique identifiers like bike racks, trailers, and toolboxes. There's no facial recognition and no ability to track a person. In most communities, the data automatically deletes after 30 days unless local laws require something different. The data collected doesn't live forever. Flock is built to help solve crimes faster and protect people's privacy. When you hear Flock LPR search, you may imagine some open, unrestricted data. Here's what the license plate reader search process actually looks like. The Flock system has built-in safety guardrails that limit who can access our tools. Law enforcement agencies also set rules based on their own policies. When an investigator is working on a specific case, say a kidnapping, they enter the offense type, case number, why they're searching, and narrow it down to a time and a place. Flock requires users to log why they're running an LPR search. If there's a match, the LPR search helps them figure out which car was there. And it does not give law enforcement any information on who was in the car. either the driver or any passengers. That's it. A focused tool to solve real cases. That means missing people come home faster, more justice for victims, and overall better safety for everyone. A fair question we get a lot. How do police chiefs, law enforcement leaders, and elected officials know what officers are doing in the Flock system? First, every search and sharing request is logged. Every search records who ran it, when, and why. Agency administrators can run audits to identify any searches that don't match normal casework. Agencies also own and control all of their data. Each law enforcement agency decides if and how they share their data, unless laws and policies dictate otherwise. Agencies can approve or deny data access requests from other law enforcement agencies on a one-on-one basis or by geographic radius. Some agencies will choose to join statewide or nationwide sharing networks where possible, and that's their choice. It's never auto-approved, and they can change these settings at any time. Flock is designed to provide evidence with transparency and accountability built in, because we believe everyone has a right to be safe.
Alright, so just to go over some of those transparency, compliance, and auditability features, and just to reemphasize some of the points that were in the video. The key thing that I want the council and all of our elected officials to know here is you guys 100% own the data. Flock does not have ownership over the data. You guys also have 100% ownership over who has access to the data. So as it was highlighted in the video, if you guys decided that you wanted to share with surrounding jurisdictions, you would have the ability to do so. If you choose to not want to share with the surrounding jurisdictions, you have the ability to do so. And Flock allows you the platform to be able to make those decisions that represent your local community values. Also, the data is deleted after 30 days. It's hard deleted, hard data sanitized, so it's not unrecoverable. Also, everything that is done in the system is auditable. There's no way around it, right? If the search is utilized, it is traceable. Also, there is multi-factor authentication to where whoever's user access is done in the search is auditable. So everything in the system is auditable. LPRs only take pictures of publicly available information. So the back of your license plate, which is a government issued ID, that is the sole thing that we are capturing. We're not capturing anything regarding to race, gender, or any other personal identifiable identifiers. It's not tied to any DMV records. And like I stated before, there's no facial recognition with our technology. We're also the originator of what we call our transparency portal. So everything that is done in the system, as I said, is auditable and can be customized and shown on your transparency portal. Your transparency portal is going to roll out for agencies to be able to transparently communicate to the community how they're utilizing the system, what the system does and what it does not do. So in your transparency portal, it will show all of the agencies that you decide to share with, or it'll show your policy. It'll show what the technology is used for, what it doesn't, what it's not used for. For instance, the technology cannot be used for immigration enforcement, cannot be used to track anybody regarding reproductive care rights, and whatever other prohibited uses of the system that you guys decide on. It'll also tell you how effective the system is being in terms of how many hits you guys are getting. And also have your retention limit, so 30 days by default. And like I said, everything in the system is done in auditable. The system is built with community values and transparency values in place. So as the video alluded to, there's search filters that are built in the system for agencies to utilize. Is the purpose of me tracking this vehicle, is it tied to a murder, is it tied to a homicide, is it tied to a domestic violence case? You can't just go in there and have free access and type in anything. Those search filters are built in there. There's also limitations within the system, right? And so not just anybody can go in and have access to your data. Not even everyone within the agency can have access to the data or access to the system. And that's what I refer to with the MFA authentication guardrails built within the system. Data security. Flock holds the data, even though we're not capturing personal identifiable information, we hold that data at the utmost importance, right? And so in terms of all the highest certifications, we make sure that we're held to that accountability. So we're CJIS compliant, we're NDAA compliant, SOC 2 Type 2 compliant, and all of the other industry standard when it comes to data security. There's about 30 unanimous case law from across the country, most recently being the 5th Court District, which Texas sits in, that overwhelmingly supports the use of LPR and states that LPRs do not violate our Fourth Amendment rights. And so these are just some bipartisan support, some Center for Individual Freedom, Center for American Progress, who we have worked with to, again, transparently educate on how the system works, and how we take civil liberties at the utmost importance in terms of how this technology is used when it comes to public safety. Some additional partners that we have is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, heavy utilizers of our technology. Again, solving cases where children go missing every day. We're bringing children home. So this technology is not something that's just vast and out there. It's solving everyday real problems. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MAD, is also another huge partner of ours, solving drunk driving cases, hit and run cases, and then we also work with different associations such as the NAACP as well across the country. Lastly, here are just some real life examples, again, of the technology having real impact in different communities, solving various crimes, whether it's finding it or allowing for an agency to go in and arrest a child predator, a murderer, a robbery. Most notably, I'm sure we've all heard about the tragedy that happened in Austin recently, where those boys were able to drive around Austin. Austin, unfortunately, had their cameras off, and it wasn't until that vehicle went into a neighboring city, Maine or Texas, that had their flock cameras on and allowed for those boys that committed all those murders to be found and tracked down and arrested. So with that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer and facilitate any questions, and with that, I will concede the floor.
Does anybody have any questions?
Cancel. Thank you for the floor. I'm speaking tonight because adopting flock license plate reader camera in Aransas Pass is not just a policy decision, it is a direct threat to constitutional rights, public trust, and the safety of our own citizens. The Fourth Amendment was written to stop exactly this kind of government overreach, and the Supreme Court has already ruled in Cass, Jones, and Commodore that long-term tracking of a person's movement is a search, and searchers require a warrant. And let's be clear about what flock cameras actually do. Flock's own documentation describes the system as a searchable vehicle movement database. The cameras just don't take snapshots. They build a permanent searchable map of every resident's movements. In a town as small as Aransas Pass, that means the government can reconstruct your entire life, where you sleep, where you worship, who you visit, what doctor you see, and what meetings you'll attend. And I'll say this plainly, there was a book that was meant to be fiction, but it's becoming a warning. 1984, we were not supposed to live in a world where the government tracks everyone, everywhere, all the time. And we don't have to guess how this system gets abused. There have been real cases right here in Texas. Austin, LPR misuse. In Austin, just 200 miles from here, an officer was disciplined after using automatic license plate recovery data to run searches on a woman he was personally involved with. And turnover found the searches were personal, unauthorized, and violated policies. San Antonio database abuse. In San Antonio, multiple San Antonio Police Department officers were disciplined for using license plates and law enforcement databases to look up ex-partners, neighbors, co-workers, and other people they were dating. One officer assessed a woman's vehicle information over 50 times with no investigative purposes. And if anyone still thinks that won't happen here, let me close with the most extreme case. Kansas officer spying on his ex. In Prairie Village, Kansas, Officer Jonathan Hickel used flock cameras to track his girlfriend over 200 times. He was charged with felony misuse of a law enforcement database and official misconduct. The system didn't stop him, it empowered him. Federal courts have already warned that flock systems are approaching unconstitutional long-term tracking, and unlike Big City, Aransas Pass does not have the legal budget to survive a federal lawsuit when, not if, the system crosses the constitutional line. This is not anti-police. This is pro-constitution, pro-accountability, pro-community. Our officers do a good work, but no officer should have unchecked access to a tool that can track every resident in real time. So the question before the council is simple. Do we protect the rights of Aransas Pass residents now? Or do we wait for a scandal or a lawsuit or force a hand? And I'll close with the warning from Thomas Jefferson. The natural progressive thing is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Will.
I have a question for Mr. Leslie. You claim that this protects children. Why is Flock Safety primary investor a man named Peter Thiel? Him and Jeffrey Epstein, a well-known pedophile, exchanged over 2,000 emails. What's your response to that?
My response to that is Flock has no association with Peter Thiel, and never has.
He's the primary investor. It's very easy. You can search it. Anybody can.
He's the primary investor of
Flock Safety.
That had nothing to do with Flock and their banking system. Again, we have no association with Flock. He is not a Flock. He is not an investor in Flock. He is an investor in the Flock funds. That Flock went through the process that like a lot of other technologies go to, but we did Flock. He is not an investor into Flock, nor has he ever been associated with Flock. So there's a misconception.
Just because someone says something doesn't make it true. This is factual evidence for anyone to research if they'd like to on Google right now. So let me just get into what I've written. Good evening, Council. My name is Jacob Miller. I'm a resident and business owner here in Aransas Pass. I'm speaking today because I'm concerned with the clear violation of our Fourth Amendment rights under the guise of safety. Right now, we're all being surveilled, tracked, targeted, and categorized at the hands of a sinister corporation whose primary investor is a man named Peter Thiel, chairman of Palantir and known friend of none other than Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein have exchanged over 2,000 emails, some discussing the creation of a secret society. Now, why would men so hell-bent on surveillance and tracking us want secrecy for themselves? Could it be that they're pedophilic monsters who have to run and hide in shame? Is this why Mr. Thiel moved himself and his family to Argentina out of the surveillance state that he's created? These monsters won't tell you their plans, but I will. They're creating a system to monitor and surveil you 24/7, to predict your behavior and document it, and to connect it to your social credit score that will correspond with the central bank digital currency. Data center, anybody? This is not communist China. This is America, the land of the free because of the brave. Our founders resisted and fought tyranny to ensure our freedom. Ben Franklin said it best. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Now let's get real. This is not temporary. This is here to stay and grow exponentially vast unless we do something about it. Our government has grown far too powerful and comfortable, and every day we the people are losing more and more of our freedoms. If history has taught us anything, it's that when you give up your rights, you are almost guaranteed to never get them back. And that time and time again, government and their enforcement will carry out orders no matter the morality of them or how tyrannical they are. We need men with backbones and voices to stand up and speak right now. This is not about safety, and I'm not a criminal because I don't want to be spied on by pedophiles and government servants. Some are government servants and part-time pedophiles. Corey Elrod of Aransas Pass, Officer Joseph Melendez just down the road in Portland. This is who is accessing your data. Recent news articles and evidence shows this tool is being abused nationwide by law enforcement to track ex-wives, girlfriends, or to target people they don't like. Right now it's 10 cameras. Tomorrow it's 20 cameras and maybe some drones. Don't believe me? Ask this representative their goals for DFR. Drones as first responders. People, wake up. If you want safety, I suggest practicing your Second Amendment right to bear arms. If you want a mass surveillance state, I suggest moving to China. It's all evident to anyone paying attention. We can see what's going on, and I'm not going to be silent about it, no matter the outcome. I'm asking all of you, our representatives, to make a statement nationwide right now that Aransas Pass stands with freedom, and on the 250th anniversary of this nation, reflect on where we started and where we are today. Please reconsider this contract with Flock Safety and do what our founding fathers would do. Tear them down. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you, Jacob. Mr. Leslie, I just have a question for you regarding that case that happened in Austin. Why did Austin, Texas have the cameras off?
Great question. So like the democratic process that we're going through today, there's a lot of misinformation. And so Austin has decided in the interim, rather than discuss on what policy to put behind the camera, they end up turning the cameras off. And again, we allow for that. We can't sit here and say that Austin should use the same, or policy should be the same as San Antonio or Dallas, right? And so when you think about the evolution and how fast technology is expanding and going, we're allowing for that conversation to be had.
Have they had conversations about turning them back on, or are they just staying off until the contract expires?
So there's certain stuff I can't disclose pertaining to their contracts, but they just, if you look recently, they just released what they're calling the Trust Act, which is that policy that was missing from when they turned their cameras off. And so I can't say the conversations have begun of what that looks like, but that's kind of the extent that I can disclose for that.
Okay, and adding flock cameras, I know you said that they're at the entrances and exits of the city. Does that have to come before the council when they add cameras at certain places, or does Flock just put more cameras wherever they think they should go?
So we don't have the ability to place the cameras wherever. We work directly with your agency, which would then work directly with council on where the placements of those cameras are. Typically, they're at the egress or ingress of the city. Again, that's allowing for the capture of vehicles coming inside and outside. It can, depending upon what your agency wants, it can be placed in places where they think higher traffics of crimes happening, but it's completely up to you all on location.
Okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
I didn't come up here to talk about this today, but after hearing about it, I decided that I would make a few comments. And I wish to thank this man right here for coming up and talking about rights and everything, but doing it in a calm, cool, and collective manner without cussing, yelling, and screaming and calling names. Those conversations can be had that way. But as a former law enforcement officer in all my years, Flock is not anything really new. They came out with those cameras a long, long time ago under another name, and I forgot what they were, but the town I was in, we decided not to do it because of the misuse, the inherent misuse of it. And I believe that's why Austin has them turned off. But having that been said, if these cameras are put out, if I'm correct, they are integrated with the LPR system? I'm talking to you, Duke.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that question?
I said these cameras are integrated with the LPR system, correct?
So yes, the LPRs and ALPRs are the same thing. Automated license plate readers, LPR is just the terminology for the LPR. But yes, they are.
Yeah, I know all that. Yeah. The LPR itself, cameras are a good tool. They do catch a lot of vehicles, and I understand that. The use of cameras following people around, the ability to follow people around, in my opinion, it's not a Fourth Amendment violation, because if you're out in public, you can be seen by anybody for anything, and you can be recorded by anybody for anything in the public view. But besides all the information that they say about people, officers misusing them, following their girlfriends, following their wives, vice versa, whatever, that is the conception of the Flock cameras that turns people off. Should you decide to go with the cameras, you will have to have real strict guidance and rules on how to use it, and it falls back to the chief of police. But once you've used it wrong, you're out of the game. Nobody will ever trust you again. It is a good tool, but it can be badly misused. Good old boots on the ground police work has never taken place of cameras and LPRs and everything else. We have more than our share of police officers, and we pay them a lot of money to get out there and do their jobs instead of sit down and watch a camera. nothing is going to replace officers out there doing their job. And that you don't have the advantage or the disadvantage of a misuse, so to say, of following people around illegally. Again, that's all I wanted to say about it, other than I wanted to thank this man for the way he conducted himself in the conversation. And I personally would strongly recommend that you don't put flock cameras out. They will be misused, and it will come back to bite you.
We already have them.
Yeah,
They're already
They've been here
Already-
since 2022.
Been out for a while.
I thought we took that away several years ago.
Nope.
They added them.
And I believe there's 10 in the city.
Okay,
if I'm
so
not
this is just a
mistaken.
renewal?
No.
No,
We
it's
just,
just
it's a
information.
presentation because we've had some concerned citizens.
Oh, okay. Well, I knew this came up once before, and I thought we had turned it down because Blanchard wanted it.
No,
I think he got it.
He got it.
He
approved
wasn't
once.
supposed to.
Yeah, 2023.
2023.
It's been a while.
Wasn't that turned down?
Nope. Yep, got approved.
I think it was 23.
That snuck in under me then. I didn't know that.
Yep,
I know we didn't want it then.
yep, yep, got approved.
Thank you.
Chief,
Thanks,
thank you.
Randy.
Thank you. Chief, how many cameras do we have?
How many cameras? We have 9 fixed cameras and one that attached to the speed camera, or the trailer you see on here.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one that's mobile.
One mobile and 9 that are static.
Do all of our officers have access to this system?
And the reasoning for that is because at midnight or 1 in the morning, we need them to be able, they need to put something. The reason why that we have it like that is at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, the officers will be able to put in the information that is right then and there instead of having to wait till morning for someone else to be able to do it. The whole purpose of it is to get the information out as quick as possible for the LPRs to be able to pick up that vehicle if it's moving.
So are these cameras constantly recording every vehicle, and then when a vehicle that's put into the system goes by, then it flags that, but there is a recording of every vehicle?
It is not a recording, it's a picture.
So is it picturing every single vehicle?
It's called point in time.
So it's
So when every vehicle that passes by, let's say one, in fact, I can go into, I can give you this information. So last night, or as of 7 o'clock this morning, you'll give me a second to find,
Sure.
I got a lot of papers here.
While Chief is pulling it up, I went back to the slide. So if you see the picture to the right, this is the picture of what exactly is being captured. Again, it's the back of the vehicle. It's capturing the license plate, make, model. So to your question, Council, it's taking that point in time image of the vehicle, and then when a vehicle that's connected to a crime is flagged, making that 20 second, whether it's an NCIC alert, whether it's an Amber alert, whether it's a TCIC alert, all criminal justice information center alerts, your agency will be notified within 20 seconds. Any other point in time image that is captured that is not tied to a crime is automatically deleted after 30 days.
okay. So if a vehicle is stolen and it leaves out of town heading north or whatever, and it gets reported after it's already gone through, it will be, y'all would be able to then track it back at the time it left town, even
Yes,
though.
if it left that area, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it will. And also, you want to go ahead, Ian, and now I'll talk after you.
Oh, you're fine, Chief. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, yes, to answer your question, if
So it will
if is
backtrack
hit-
on
if it is hit
days or
before
whatever.
And we did a search on that license plate, it's going to say yes, it left the city. We also, if we share with an agency, which we do with Ingleside, we do with Rockport, if they go into that area, they'll get a hit on their flock as well, or their ALPRs, to let them know that that vehicle is now in that city.
So we share with Ingleside and Rockport?
Yes. If you go to the transparency page, it'll tell you every agency that we share with.
Here's another answer to the question. You take a picture of every car, is that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It takes a point. It's not a recording. She asked if it was
Yeah.
recording.
But
No,
it's a-
it's a
okay.
point. It's a picture.
And then what are the settings you have it on for deleting?
I'm sorry?
For the
30 days.
deleting?
30
30 days?
Yes, ma'am. And so what I was trying to find, and it's on the transparency page, so when y'all go into there, you'll see it. I guess I don't have it here.
I don't know if
As
we
of
have
7
that.
o'clock this morning, I went into our transparency page, and it said that the LPRs had read 130,000 reads, and we had in the last 30 days, and we've had 2,700 hits. If you do the math on that, it's 0.47%. So we're not out here stopping every vehicle that's moving. We're not doing that kind of stuff. We're getting them with legitimate stuff. If there's a stolen car hit or if there's a warrant, then we're doing so. We're not following when it comes to a vehicle. It's not a GPS. You have to have a search warrant for a GPS. This is not a GPS tracker. I can tell you that a vehicle hit at this LPR, I won't know where that vehicle goes until it's another one. So it can run all the way through the city. I have no idea where you've been until you hit another one going outside the city. I can't follow you. I just can't.
Is the system like in each vehicle, or do they have to come back to?
I'm sorry?
Is the system like if an officer wants to look into it or wants to put data into it to look for a vehicle, do they need to come back to the station, or is it in their vehicle? Like, how are they accessing this?
No, they can access it on their mobile data terminal inside the vehicle,
Inside
or they can do it from the station. Either way, you can do it on both computers. You can do it on your own, or you can do it at the station. But
And
there's
if
always
they
going to be
put
the audit.
but if they put something in, enter the information in, and put a license plate and it dings, they'll be able to see it instantly while they're in their vehicles. They're not getting a dispatch where the location is.
Well, we'll get it when we get a hit, when we get an alert. Everybody gets the alert.
Okay.
So I get the alert at home at 2 in the morning. It goes off and says there's a flock hit, and so everybody's getting the alert.
So if an officer puts it in, you get the hit regardless of.
If it hits the camera, then I will see that there is a flock hit.
Okay.
And so will every other command officer, and so will every officer.
What's done for any, let's say, like any type of auditing, like who's looked through it to make sure?
So you can go into the audit area, and you can see each officer, what they've put in there, what they've searched for, the reason why they've done it. Now, we do have a policy in place for that as well. And I noticed that the policy doesn't have the information I want it to have, so we're going to update that to say this supervisor will do this. This one will do this.
Yeah, and I mean, it needs
we're going to have it like it's going to be a body camera, because the body camera, we require our supervisors to watch at least 3 a month for quality control. So we're looking for policy violations. We're looking to make sure they're using the cameras. This is going to work the same way. It's just not in our policy at this point.
Yeah, because I think something like this should be checked regularly and should have a 0 tolerance. Like if somebody violates it, they're fired on the spot immediately.
Yes. Now just because it's not in our policy is not set that I have not told them that they will conduct these audits, the supervisor. So that's in place. It's just not in the policy yet.
Okay.
I'd like to see it put in a policy.
Yeah, and be checked regularly, because I mean,
But
the truth is
if we decide to even
there's
keep
bad
it,
apples
I don't know
in
what we're gonna
every
do.
profession. They come along.
And I think that's where I kind of want to go with this, is that any profession has your bad apples.
Right.
There's no doubt doctors, teachers, and police officers.
Right.
So, but the amount of officers, when you look at how many officers are in this country and how many get used, it's bad when one do it. Don't get me wrong when I say this. It's bad when one does it.
Yep.
But to take a tool like this away from the majority of officers, because of one, it's not the asset itself. It's not the flock camera. It's the officer.
Mm-hmm.
So, if anything, we need to do when we hire, we need to vet better, if that's what it takes. I'm real strong with my guys. I really think that we have a good crew. Can someone make a mistake? Yes. It happens. Can someone maliciously do it? Yes, sir. I'm not going to say you can't do that either. We just hope that we're training and we're picking the right people that won't do that.
I know for me, I'd like to see more information from you on it. I'd like to see what our contract is, but I'd also like to see what an audit report looks like. I'm very torn on this because I don't like government overreach at all, but then I also know that if my son was kidnapped, I'd be wanting, and I knew the make of a vehicle, I'd be wanting every source there was to find him. So with that, I'm very torn. I know we're not making a decision today, but I want more information. I want to see how our department's using it. I want to see audits. I know there's a lot of scrutiny in the community because when this was first brought out, there's suspicion that it was being misused, and that's a big complaint. Like, I mean, that's going to be a concern. I mean, it's a concern. That's the biggest concern, is that it's being used to stalk people out that haven't committed a crime. And that's scary.
That's where the audit trail comes in.
Yeah,
let me
and I
ask-
don't
And
think
it's
that
permanent.
none of that's been on you. I don't think we have a problem with you per se at all with this. But I'd like to
I
make
can
sure that there's a
guarantee you
lot
don't
of.
have a problem with me.
Do I?
I guarantee you don't have a problem with me.
No, I don't. I don't think anyone has any complaints on you with that at all. But I'd like to see how it's being overseen.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I want to see that how it's being
How many-
monitored. That we know that there's not any kind of just wrongful surveillance being done. And then I still have a hard time still. I still think some of it's just not the government's
Well,
business to know every vehicle that's going by, although I know it's public.
Chief,
I'm torn.
Well, real quick, let's use the bad apple logic.
Yeah.
There's bad apples in every bunch.
Yep.
Are we all bad apples? Should we all be watched?
No.
And should we all be taking pictures?
Well,
of
and
when
that's
we
why I
drive-
have the
when we
issues.
drive by, a camera?
Right.
We're not all bad apples. We're not all criminals. Put the kill switches in drunk driving vehicles.
Yeah, I think I'd feel better if it could, with AI, if it could just target only the vehicles we're putting in it, and that's it.
So
I
Chief
do-
Perkins,
Oh, I'm sorry.
are you keeping any data as to, because you've had the system 3, possibly 4 years.
I'm sorry?
So you've had this system 3 to 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Are you keeping any data as to how many cases this
Yes,
system
we have-
has helped you solve?
We have this thing called, it's called outcomes, and it's part of the audit area that we have, and it lists everything, whether if we've made an arrest, it'll tell me there was arrest being made. If it was canceled for something, it will say canceled, and if it says complete information. And I looked at one just to see, what this information was. I went in there and took a look at it, and it was a vehicle that was stopped. An arrest wasn't made because it was stolen, but he had just bought the car from some person at a storage place. So the officers released that individual, took the vehicle because it's a report of stolen. It was confirmed stolen, but that person did not get arrested.
I mean, I'd like to see the data that shows exactly how many cases it has actually helped you solve.
Okay.
Also,
Very-oriented.
how is the police department using this data or using this system to combat drugs in our area?
Good question. It's being used if we suspect that somebody is using narcotics and trafficking narcotics, you can put that into a search as well. So when that person hits, it's not probable cause, it's not reasonable suspicion. It's just saying this is a possible person who's trafficking narcotics. You need to get your own probable cause if you're going to make a stop on that vehicle.
Sure.
Chief Perkins.
Yes, ma'am.
Since this rollout in 2023, what did we start out as far as cameras when they were implemented?
I wasn't here in 2023. I do not know. I know we have 9+1 at this point.
Right. I'm just wondering, has that number increased? Did we
Yes,
start off with
I
a couple?
believe it has increased. Not since I've been here, but I think when you first got it, I think they added a couple as well for the second when they renewed.
Okay. That I'm a little bit concerned that we are adding cameras without us being notified. I mean, you heard an ex-council member didn't even know we were using them, or they weren't here. And I think that those cameras being added without our knowledge is a huge issue.
We have drones
Yes, we do have drones. Who
that are
has
doing
that?
surveillance?
Not for surveillance.
We do it, we have drones that we use and we deploy if we have someone running from us that goes into the bush.
So when does it stop? It just continuously grows? Cameras on every corner like they have?
You have to come up to the mic to talk.
I have a question.
Yeah, come on, Leroy.
And,
Leroy, you want
Yeah, go
to
ahead,
get up
Leroy.
to the mic?
my name's Leroy Terrio. To the gentleman from Flock Safety, not just specifically here in Aransas Pass, but as a whole, is this system available for someone that just wants to, so for anyone in law enforcement that just wants to do investigation, or does the, let's say the vehicle in question, does it have to have a current, like someone who is associated with it has to have a current criminal charge, or that vehicle is wanted in the commission of a crime?
So just to make sure I'm hearing the question correctly, you're asking me if anybody that just wants to take an investigative measure, can they have access to the system?
Correct. So let's just say that there's a law enforcement investigation, okay? And let's take drugs, for instance. Let's say that we suspect that there's a drug dealer in the area. We know the license plate of that individual's vehicle. Can law enforcement use that as an investigative tool prior to any real probable cause or any criminal charges being filed?
So to answer the question, the license plate can be recorded in the system with the use case. If I'm reporting this license plate and it's tied to drug trafficking, whatever law enforcement reason, yes. Can anybody outside of law enforcement utilize the system? No. And so I want to be specific with that.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. I'm not talking about anybody outside of law enforcement. I'm talking about. Let's say, and I'm speaking in. I'm just speaking in just a what if. Okay. Let's say that law enforcement has a person of interest, but they have no probable cause on them. There has been no charges filed. That person is not currently wanted on any charges. Can this system be used to track, surveil, or further an investigation, outside of any probable cause, wants, or warrants?
It would have to be tied to an investigative reason.
But the officers can put that information in if they want. It's really not up to Flock
Okay,
itself, right?
So let me.
Correct. And if it went through with a crime, so I just want to clarify some things. So when a crime is committed, the agency will implement that crime into TCIC, Texas Crime Information Center, or NCIC. And so that is the connector between, hey, this vehicle is tied to a crime that has actually been committed, and the alert hitting the system.
Okay, so with Flock, let's just say that it's still an investigation. Okay. Are there safety assurances that, let's say they tie, like it has to be tied to an investigation, like a report, like there has to be some type of documentation started. Let's say that you have John Doe is a suspected drug dealer. We don't have any evidence on him, but we want to track and surveil him. There has to be an actual open investigator by a lawful investigator. Basically, what I'm trying to get to is that I think some of the citizens' concerns are anybody can use it at any given time and abuse this authority. Are there certain parameters as to where, like, if I'm an officer and I enter in and I want to find out where my ex-girlfriend is, does that automatically flag my chief?
So,
Careful
because there's some nuance to your question. There has to be a case number and a certain law enforcement legitimate reason to utilize the system.
Okay, yeah, that answers my question. There has to be a case number. So if there's not a case number and someone abuses it, are there systems in place to alert the proper supervision in order to take action?
Absolutely. And so that's where the auditing comes in, that's where the multi-factor authentication comes in. And I being an officer, and go in and track this license plate for murder for 20 times within one day. That is going to flag the administrator. We call it audit assist.
But-
where it'll be like, hey, this has been typed in 10 times in this short period of time.
Well, that's a repetitive thing. What I'm looking at is, let's say I enter in a license plate and I want to find out about this license plate, and there's no case number tied to it. You follow me?
Will it give them
doesn't
the
have-
information?
It doesn't have to be
So
10 or
again,
12 times.
To your question, again, this is an investigative tool. There is still further investigation that needs to proceed after a car is identified. This tool is utilized just solely to identify the vehicle. There's no other records. Again, we don't even know who's driving the vehicle. So how do I know in this analogy that you're giving that the drug trafficker is the one driving the vehicle?
Right.
The system
Okay.
isn't allowing you to know that information. You still have to follow through with investigative purposes. The system is used to identify, hey, this car has been linked to a crime, and I'm notifying you. That's the extent to the system can be utilized. And so that's why I'm really explicit on these, when I keep repeating, it does not capture personal identifiable information, because that's not what the system does. There's still investigative measures, such as who is driving the vehicle, that would still need to be conducted in an investigation.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your response, Councilman, Mr. Mayor. Y'all understand my concerns on that, right?
Yeah, and I know what you're
Actually,
saying, Leroy. I think you can look at it this way. It's like comparing a gun. A gun is a tool, but in the wrong hands, it becomes a weapon. And something like this in the wrong hands could become a weapon.
Right,
That's
and
how
I want to make sure that if it, I applaud law enforcement. I've worked alongside them
Same
for
here.
many years, and but I want to make sure that if we do have these systems in place, that overreach is not an issue, and definitely abuse is not an issue, because like you said, Mr. Mayor, a gun could be a tool or it could be a murder weapon. So can a hammer, so can a rock.
That's right.
So this could just as easily be turned around to track someone and commit crimes as well. So I just think oversight is the way to as much oversight as possible. Is the way
I
to
agree with you 100%.
Chief Perkins, I have another quick question for you, just to
And
follow
I do
up.
too.
If I could, just a point
I'll
of,
try to wrap it
Before
up.
before we add that, I did want to respond to Councilmember Camarillo Smith's question about adding additional cameras without council approval. In 2023, when the council approved the renewal of that agreement, council was informed that they were adding 2 additional cameras. It was part of the agenda memorandum that was provided to the
23?
council in 2023. That they
And
were
there hasn't
adding.
been any added since?
I'm gonna answer. I don't know
Maybe.
how to answer that, but I
not-
can
they
say.
haven't been in the last year, right?
Not since Perkins has been in office, but in 2023, they did add 2 additional cameras.
Okay, thank you.
just really quickly, point of logistics. He can't see you. The microphone is where Mary's at, so if you want to kind of talk in that direction, the camera's pointing at council, so just
like
so
you're
everyone
talking to
knows.
Mary.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so Chief, I just want clarification on how this system is currently being used.
Okay.
Because with the issue of drug dealers,
Okay.
according to this guy on the screen, he's saying that y'all cannot access it without a case number. So a drug dealer would actually have to be in the system as a drug dealer for y'all to be able to track him, per se.
Yes, it can be put in, there's a space for the reason. It can be that we can put in there as suspected drug dealer. You can put that in there. You've got parameters that is required spaces to put in there.
Are you saying in lieu of the case number?
Yes, so you can actually, with the case number, you can put none, but you have to, if you don't have a case number, you better have a reason. So something has to go in there to let us know why you are doing something.
Okay.
It can't go just nilly-willy and just say, you know what, I'm just gonna do this. There's something in place for that.
Do we have something in place, like reasons why it can be used? Like, do you have a list, like it has, like, why it needs to be used?
That
So
would
it's
be a
not
policy,
something-
and we don't, he said we didn't have a
Okay,
policy.
that's what we need to definitely work on, is a policy
and
that outlines exactly the reasons it can be used, so that it's not being used for
Well,
somebody stealing a bicycle. You know what I mean?
I
Or-
think
I don't know.
if it's possible, anytime an officer goes and tries to use the system, their supervisor needs to be notified. That
And that
supervisor needs to go in and see what's going on.
Agree.
Is it
We
really,
can put that in our policy.
I think if y'all could put that in your policy, I think people would be a lot happier about the system being in our town. I think the system provides some very good benefits. Of course, you have your bad apples, I understand that. But if we can tie it
I'd
down
like to
to
say
how
we
it's
don't
being
have
used.
bad apples. The police departments do in the country, but I don't think
Well,
that we
you know
do.
what I mean.
I just need to clarify that.
but
I mean, probably someone probably thinks different,
Yeah.
but
But I think every time an officer goes in and uses a system, their supervisor needs to be notified, and that supervisor needs to check into it as to why are they using the system?
Yes, ma'am.
To
I
prevent
think
any
that's
bad apples
fair.
from happening.
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, if it would be helpful, if not, let me know. I have a still shot in my video that actually shows it's like a screen recording of the system that shows the categories in which the officer would have to type something in. Would that be beneficial for me to repopulate on the screen?
Yes.
So you guys can get an actual visual of what's being entered into the system?
Yes.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Well, he's pulling that up. Do we want to hear Larissa?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Larissa.
Hello, Council. Larissa Rios, 1044 South Commercial. As a concerned citizen, I'd
Larissa,
like
will
to-
you pull the mic towards you a little bit? There you go.
As a concerned citizen, I'd like to comment on the flock cameras. I had a question. Is there any way to opt out of having our data and location history tracked in the system? Can we opt out at all?
Like individuals?
Individuals. Can individuals opt out?
So just to make sure I understand the question. So on an individual level, you guys wouldn't have control or access to the system. There's that geo time fence, which says the date and location of the point in time still frame. That would allow for the agency to know where the vehicle is being hit. So on an individual level, or even on an agency level, no, that would take away the value of the system if they're not able to articulate where the vehicle pinged once the camera picked it up.
Thank you. I can opt out of data tracking on my phone. I think we all can do that on our phones, but I can't do that from my own vehicle. Anyone who drives past their cameras, whether they are a criminal or not, will have their data tracked and stored. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I misheard the first part of what you said.
Anyone who drives past these cameras, whether they are a criminal or not, they're going to have their data tracked and stored.
So when I just want to be specific, when we're saying data as it regards to the license plate and the make model of the vehicle, yes. In terms of personal identifiable data, that's not being captured by the system.
Thank you. This raises serious constitutional questions, including whether police officers should be required to obtain a warrant before accessing Flock's data. The Fourth Amendment protects an individual's reasonable expectation of privacy. If the government seeks to intrude on this privacy, they must obtain a warrant supported by probable cause. If this can be misused once, it can be misused again. Flock Safety says that everyone has a right to be safe, but what about our right to privacy? The contract is until 2028, but Council, this contract can be terminated at any time. I trust that our faithful officers have put more criminals away than these cameras. We, the people, can have each other's back. Big Brother is watching, and this is how it starts. Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa.
Thank you, Larissa.
Thank you, Larissa.
Hi, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to approach the podium with a comment to the wonderful mayor and the city council. I really, for some reason, if I faint or whatever, I just want to say I'm not for the cameras. Okay, I'm not. I had the opportunity to drive to South Dakota, to Mount Rushmore. My goodness, there was cameras up and down the highways, flock cameras, into the park, out of the park. I got to visit Canyon, Texas, Palo Duro, Hard Rock, Hard Stone or Hardwood, and there was a flock camera to the entrance of the park. And it was just, it felt invasive, and I'm not well versed, but it's great to have a rational discourse, and that's why I said I'm going to come to Aransas Pass. So I digress. Good evening. My name is Ricardo Trevino. I'm the owner of Riverside Kennels and a 20-year U.S. Navy veteran. Okay. Yesterday was Flag Day, a day that honors the symbol of our republic, the sacrifices of our great-grandparents, even at the Alamo. Every man and woman who fought to defend the Constitution and Texas sovereignty, right? Texas. God bless Texas. I support real public safety, support the blue, but I strongly oppose the expansion of Flock automated license plate reader cameras. Flock is a narrow, reactive tool, reactive. Our law enforcements are proactive. Imagine that. Good at catching some property crimes after they happen. But it doesn't solve the root problems like homelessness, lack of transportation, and for our seniors, our veterans, and preventive community care. So that's the root cause. What can we do for our community to mitigate any challenges of crime or drugs? What is the root cause? Is it having Big Brother watch, and I like using the statement, I watch Ricardo? Or is it having what is the root causes that's populating, stimulating, mitigating these challenges? Should we be looking at the root cause and increase our wonderful law enforcement, increase that man or woman power on the streets? So anyway, I'll get back. These systems create a permanent digital record of where every citizen drives, and we've heard it. It's been elaborated by the Flock Public Affairs, and our wonderful chief has elaborated how it's being used against our citizens. And I say against because it's tracking our license plate number. No, Ricardo, it's not taking your photo. Ding, ding, ding. But in my mind, I'm like, well, my license plate number is connected to my driver's license number, my driver's license card, which has my photo. So yes, they are tracking Ricardo's photo. Not that they need it. A private company, right, is backed by major investors. And I won't go into who's investing or not, but it's major investors. Is building one of the largest vehicle tracking networks in America. And I have a testimonial. In the last 10 days, I went to South Dakota, Mount Rushmore, testimonial. They're out there. And heavily in Denver, Colorado. My goodness, a lot of them, a lot. Gross, G-R-O-S-S, gross cameras, a lot of them. Tracking networks in America, funded largely by our local tax dollars. That dialogue didn't come up. Well, who is actually paying for these cameras? Where's the money's coming from? Oh, Ricardo, maybe a grant, maybe you can use it as a trial, but after it continues, years later, who's paying these tabs? The little Ricardo's research populated was, Flock operates on a subscription model. We haven't heard that dialogue yet. Costing taxpayers roughly $2,500 to $3,150 per camera per year. So I love being wrong as long as 99.99 is right. So I love being wrong. So we just, if you will, said we have 10 here in a wonderful, beautiful Aransas Pass. So 10 times, hypothetically, I'm not good at math, $30,000 just for the cameras a year. 24, so that's 3 to 4 years. That's a lot of money and a lot of wonderful police officers, men and women we could have hired with that kind of budget. Boots on the ground, love it. Plus installation was about $600 per camera. And isn't it really entertaining, I'll say, as a positive manner, that these cameras come up in our wonderful city and we're not even aware of it? 10. That's scary. 10. And in Ingleside, testimonial, I've seen 3. One pointing at our voting poll booth there, Humboldt Center. It's facing the Humboldt Center, and the other two at the entrance. And like I said, I haven't done great research. I'm just shooting from the hip, if you will. But that's not leaning in the right direction. But anyway, I'll go back. This extreme overreach is private company watching. It is. It's a private company watching and data sucking the movements of Americans here in Aransas Pass and Ingleside and Ricardo, if you will, driving to South Dakota, Mount Rushmore, and back. When constant surveillance becomes normal, right? Oh, Ricardo, it's been here in Aransas Pass for 3 or 4 years. When constant surveillance become normalized, it's normal. It's just old hat, walk in the park. Freedom quietly disappears. We've heard it in Canada. Similar technology was used to freeze the bank accounts of those wonderful truckers peacefully protesting. The bank accounts were frozen. How did they access the truckers' license plates? I'll let the wonderful citizens decide. Exercising their rights to protest. I do not want the future for the Coastal Bend or Aransas Pass or Ingleside, Texas, having flock cameras. I respectfully ask our wonderful city council to pause any further expansion of flock cameras. Public safety must come at the expense, public safety must not come at the expense of our constitutional right to privacy and freedom of movement. Please note, as I mentioned, our license plate is connected to our photo ID. And as our wonderful police force has mentioned, that we can, and I say we as putting myself in that position, sit in a patrol car and see the data flowing to my laptop to give you a visual. So the data's flowing. And we all know when data's in the air, we can catch it. Nefarious people can catch that data. Guardrails aren't foolproof, right? The data will be dumped in 30 days. Well, let's just say while it's sitting in that medium, who's accessing that data? It's just technology is not safe. Technology is it's in infancy. Infancy, yes, it's baby steps right now. Technology is evolving, but it's evolving with faults. So anyway, I'll echo the wonderful gentleman that was at the podium. In 1775, over 250 years ago, Ben Franklin did warn us, and I'm heeding and I heard, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase, why? 250 years ago, to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Thank you. I hope you decide not to expand flock cameras. I believe that it's not in the better good of our community, and I'll zip it up.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Ricardo.
Richard.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Hello, my name is Maria Holloran, also known as Meadow. I had a question for Ian. You mentioned AI usage for flock cameras, and that has led to many issues on false arrest. What can the city council or the police chief do to stop this? Because there was even an incident where, you know, the AI system's like flagging certain cars, and the cops are going out there, and these people are innocent.
So to answer that question, so yes, the cameras are trained on an AI machine learning model, and the reason for that is think of a Tesla Cybertruck that came. That's a new vehicle that came out. The AI model was trained, would have to be trained to pick up that new vehicle. In terms of any false arrests, I stated earlier that it's an investigative tool to capture, again, the vehicle itself. There still needs to be followed an investigative process for after the alert, or after the agency grants the alert. And so I can't specifically speak to any of those scenarios, and I'm familiar with what their investigative processes are. But again, it's an investigative tool to alert you that, hey, this car was connected to a crime. And thus further, as innovation continues to expand, say if I don't capture the license plate or the license plate is only partial, that's where we have features such as vehicle fingerprint that will allow you to explicitly say, wait, what is the make, model, is there damage on the right side of the vehicle? That way you're making sure certainly that the percentages are correct. To date, our AI machine learning model is about 93% accurate. Again, I don't think any technological vendor should walk in and say that their systems are 100%. Same way humans are not 100%, but 93% is definitely something that I'm glad we can hang our hat on in terms of accuracy.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I'm personally against this. That could literally lead to a lawsuit with the city if someone gets falsely arrested. I just want to thank all the citizens who came out and spoke up for this, whether they're for it or against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meadow.
Question. His name is not Dude, it's Ian. Ian, is that correct? Good to meet you, Ian. Okay, so Ian, you mentioned that the Fifth Circuit had license plate readers is what it's about. It's not about flock. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
There is no Fifth Circuit for flock itself, just for the license plate readers. That's what you're referring to, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. You're saying there's no Fifth Circuit for the
Fifth Circuit case, right? You brought it up earlier. There was a Fifth Circuit case for this, but it's not about flock. That was about license plate readers.
Yes,
okay.
yes, license
So
plate
you were talking about State versus Porter, right? Now they deemed it that it was okay to do that because it's for periodic, where your tracking is constant, right? So an officer can track somebody constantly over 30 days.
So incorrect. So
Tell me.
It's not tracking it's not tracking your movements through a period of time. Case law such as City of Norfolk, Virginia, stated that LPRs actually only capture about 5% of your daily travel once you pass a camera. So that allows, obviously, for you to move freely around those other 95%. And so in regards to the Fifth Circuit, yes, that was just the most recent case law that unanimously voted for the use of LPRs and how it doesn't violate the Fourth Amendment. But to your other statement, the system is not utilized to track your every movement, such as GPS, think of the geo-logging in your phone. I think a lady brought up earlier that you can opt in, opt out of that. Again, the LPRs are only capturing about 5% of your movements at the ingress and egress of the city.
So if I travel around this town with the 10 cameras in an hour, it won't pick me up 10 times, you're saying?
It'll pick you up 10 times.
That's exactly what I said. So you're incorrect. This is a constant tracking.
Left or right,
Go ahead.
The camera's not picking you up.
All right, but you're saying it's not a constant tracker, but it is. If I drive around this town for an hour, you pick me up 10 times. You can pick me up 10 times over an hour, over an 8-hour period. It's 80 times a day. You can do that for 30 days. That's continual tracking.
So that wouldn't be continuous tracking, again, because it's a point in time image. It's taking an image of you specifically at that point in time. But if you pass the camera and go left or right, there's no way for the camera to pick that up. I would just be able to say, utilizing the camera, you passed this specific point at somewhere in the city where the camera is utilized. So for that reason, it is not continuous tracking.
It's not periodic tracking.
It would be deemed periodic tracking, but not continuous.
Define your definition of periodic then. How many checks in a day is periodic?
I wouldn't be able to just,
I didn't, okay.
wouldn't be able to disclose it. I'm just
Not your fault. I bet nobody's asked you that question
It's
before.
not tracking your continuous movement. When I say continuous movement, it's not tracking you when you go home. It's not tracking you and when you go into a private residence, private business. That is why in the term of continuous, it would be periodic versus continuous.
It's definitely not GPS. I agree with you. And there's case law on GPS, which is constant. You got to have a warrant for it. But it is picking you up more than periodic, in which eventually there will be case law on this because somebody will take it to the Supreme Court, somebody like me or these gentlemen here, or the lady will, right? Because people want their freedoms. Okay, so Flock is a warrantless mass surveillance system, and it does violate your Fourth Amendment rights, especially since it's tracking everybody. And if I'm here driving around town for 8 hours, it tracked me 80 times in a day. Now, what Chief Perkins says is they can use it to pull over a car that's a criminal. Well, if I'm the criminal But I stop at Dunton's house and he takes my car. Well, Chief Blanchard, Chief Blanchard, similar. Chief Perkins over there, the cowardly one, he would pull over Dunton, and then that would be a Fourth Amendment right violation. And then you're sued because of the chief's incompetence and not knowing what the hell's going on. So the court held up the Fourth Amendment on tracking your phones too. You're not allowed to do that too. But in order for them to get GPS and put it on your car, they have to have a warrant. Same what's going to happen to the flock system eventually, because people are going to get tired of it. So what they're doing is pushing a police state. And I'm an advocate against that, and an advocate for the Constitution. I'm probably one of the biggest ones here. If you don't believe me, look up your Patriot Act. It's the same thing they did for you. They took away your safety, or pretended to give you safety, and took away your freedoms. They're doing it right here and right now, and that company's responsible for it. And Chief Perkins over here is okay with it. I wouldn't do it.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak?
Real quick.
All right.
There is other towns that are using Flock to pick up vehicles with, no insurance or real petty nonviolent crime, and there is evidence of Flock using flagging people that have been driving from the West Coast to the East Coast and labeling them as potential drug dealers, causing them to be pulled over and searched.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Okay. What do y'all guys think?
I think that we just need to get some more information from Perkins. I think we need to look at, if we continue to keep them, then we need to look at some ordinances and maybe also look at not every officer having access, maybe only your supervisor positions, something like that. But I'd like to see kind of the stuff we've already asked about too. I'd like to see the contract. I'd like to see what the audits look like.
Same. I'm concerned we have 10 and
do we need 10? Why not 4?
And there's a mobile one. We have 4 major entrances and exits to the city, which is via Highway 35
That's why I
towards
want to see the
Rockport,
contract.
35 to Gregory, 361 to Ingleside, 361 going to Port A. Why do we have 10?
No, I agree. Oh, that's why I want to see the contract.
You all want
See
to have
what it means.
You want to have another discussion item on a future agenda to address all this?
Yeah, but I think we need to probably get the information first so we can each go over it, and then we
Okay.
can ask
Okay.
Sal to put it on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, we can work on gathering that information that you've requested.
Thank you.
Okay.
And for the record, Perkins, I don't think you're doing anything wrong with it. I just want to make sure. I don't think you personally are.
So I just want to say that Flock is a force multiplier for our agency. They are located at entries and exits to the city. That is true. Our department currently has vacancies. I can't get them filled. Our pay is horrible. People say it's good. I'm telling you that we don't match what other departments are making in this area. So the Flock assists us by allowing us to focus in other areas of the city. We know that there's a Flock camera there in a certain spot. We can focus somewhere else. When the Flock hits, we can respond to that area. So we don't have to focus on, we know that this one spot is good. We know there's people there. So we have a total of 9 Flock cameras that are fixed location and 1 that's on a speed trailer. That speed trailer is not used to cite people. The speed sign is just there to educate our citizens that are driving in the area. So local agencies, I've already explained this, but I'll say it again. Ingleside PD, Rockport PD, Corpus Christi PD, Rocktown PD, Kingsville PD, South Texas Specialized Crime and Narcotics Task Force, and that's just to name a few that have it. Criminals use all sorts of technology to exploit and victimize our community, and that technology is evolving at a rapid pace. We catch up, they get better. It is the reality of what law enforcement routinely faces. Our agency needs to be on the same playing field, using baseball terminology to emphasize this. Let's say your police department is a baseball team. Would you rather your baseball team play in the minor leagues or the major leagues? Would you rather your police department have antiquated technology or be equipped with modern legal technology to help combat those who play by no rules. When determining whether you are or whether you're for or opposed to the use of flock cameras, take that in consideration. I understand concerns, and I too take misuse of this technology seriously and assure each of you that there are consequences for any misuse of the flock camera system. If any possible misuse is detected, it will be investigated and corrective action will be taken. It simply comes down to this. With numerous court ruling in favor of the legality of flock and the APR or ALPRs, and knowing safeguards are built in to flock to mitigate misuse, does the concerns outweigh the benefits, or does the benefits outweigh the concerns? Technology is not going away. Whether perception is positive or negative, it can either be embraced or rejected. The success of flocks has shown successful results when embraced. The unknown is how will it affect results and how much will it hinder our officers from having all available resources at their disposal as they pursue the criminal element if rejected. If rejected, how much will it affect a city that has historically been portrayed as having a high crime rate, and now we can say we have positive quality of life here? For better or for worse, take away a vital piece of technology used to protect our city that has been widely accepted in federal courtrooms nationwide is not the answer. The city of Austin took away this same technology from its police force, and it only took one multi-day shooting spree for them to begin rethinking their decision to do so. Finally, regardless of any outcomes of this discussion we're having, our dedicated officers are committed to making our city safer and the quality of life better for our citizens. We will continue to provide professional police services and work diligently to detect and deter crime, whether that is by 20th century or 21st century techniques, technology, and standards. And if you'd like to know where our flock cameras is, I can tell you exactly where they're at.
Chief, quick question. How many officers do you have on duty per shift?
We have patrol officers.
Yes, sir.
We have, if we're good and we don't have people taking vacation, we have 3.
Okay.
How much does this cost? I'm sorry? How much does this cost? 126,000 for 5 years. Yes, sir.
It was funded by Crime Control.
Yes, it is funded by the CCPD, of the Crime Control Prevention District. You have any more questions for me, council?
No, I don't.
Sure, come up, yes.
So, Mr. Perkins, you said it's about getting criminals. How many of those criminals are actually have victims of a crime, and how many of them are just petty crimes like not wearing a seatbelt or jaywalking? How many of them? How many criminals do you actually catch?
We don't use automated license plate readers for traffic enforcement.
Good. So, how many criminals have you caught since you had it?
I'll have to take a look and take it in. I'll get back with you.
I would get that number back and then track all the thousands of people he tracks, and what percentage is he actually catching, because he's tracking everybody. Do you see the logic?
Right.
It's used to track everybody, not what he's saying.
Any other citizens? Well, I thought, he gave a good presentation of how things should be, but I guess I was wrong.
I think we're good.
Thank you, Council.
We'll just get more information. Thank you, Chief Perkins.
Okay, now we're gonna move into a presentation on Veterans Retreat
Thank you,
Center in
Mr.
Park
Leslie.
Lunsky.
Thank you.
Oh, my bad.
It's a good presentation. I want to apologize for my speech because I got surgery on my mouth, so I'm going to talk like I got slurred. Okay, I'm going to talk about the retreat because the retreat is nothing but a work in progress. It's not anything in stone. It has nothing to do with Shrimp It Up. Shrimp It Up is a restaurant being built on Con Harbor with a contract to have with the city. Okay, the Veterans Retreat is something I've been working on for years, to work something together to bring something to the city. And what I'm going to propose when I'm doing the Shrimp It Up 2 is the same thing I'm doing Shrimp It Up 1, is I give 50% off to the veterans during the week for all their meals, any veteran. And I pay for it. I take no donations from citizens, from veterans, or anybody. Okay? This new proposal I'm doing, it's a work in progress, not in concrete. My predecessor got overabundance when he mentioned about we're doing all this. We got a lot of stuff in the process, and we're trying to bring it here to the city. Is it in place? No. Are we working on it? Yes. The only thing in place right now is my restaurant and the retail at the Con Harbor, which I have a contract on. That's all I'm going to clarify. Anybody got any questions about the Veterans Retreat? About the Shrimp It Up?
Come on, Doug.
I do. There's a lot of obviously unknowns that were thrown out there, and I think a lot of the veterans organizations in the community feel like somebody's trying to come in and kind of pull the carpet out from under them, because we've offered to sit down at a table with, I don't know, what's the other, Michael, right? Michael, yeah. So we've offered to sit down at a table with Michael. We've offered, many times to just try to clarify things, and because there's not a veteran here, I think, that doesn't want more stuff for veterans here. You know what I mean? Like, that's nobody's got that argument, right? And I'm sure you're aware of the history of like Rockport Warriors United on this peninsula.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know about it. I heard about it. I'm finding out more and more as I go along.
Right. So
let me assure you one thing. I am here to work with their veterans, not take anything from them. Okay? I got 3 brothers that are veterans, okay? I never was, but I got 3 veterans. I'm not here to take anything away from any veterans. I helped the Moose Club. I've been to the VFW. I'll talk to anybody at my restaurant. I put it in the thing. If you want to come talk to me, vote no happy. I can help your associations. I give money to people. I'm working to bring stuff to this community for veterans.
Okay.
And it's called a retreat because I own several properties. I've been approached them to help it turn it into some kind of retreat. It's all new. It's still a work in progress. There's nothing guaranteed anywhere until it's done. Then I'll let you guys know when it's done. Other than that, it's just like everything else. It's all the work in progress. We're all trying to build the city. That's all I'm doing. I'm throwing ideas out there. Some work, some don't. But none of them are taking advantage of the veterans.
Well, yeah. So I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying that I think the reason the reaction by the community is because Rockport. If you don't know the story, they raised a bunch of money, like a couple million or something like that, and they skipped town, right? And they were doing exactly what I'm trying to do at the Redford Ranch, which is exactly what your partner described, which is a retreat center, right?
Right.
And so, trust me, when I started Redford Ranch Foundation, all I got was doors shut in my face, and Rockport Warriors United this, Rockport Warriors United that, this is a repeat of this is a repeat of that. Here we are, year 5, and I finally have the ability to walk around this peninsula and actually ask people for support and help. And so my biggest concern and the reaction with that is because of that history. And so I think the way your partner revealed this or talked about it, or however you want to describe what happened, put a lot of people in a panic mode that that's what's happening.
I get it.
So, I want to put my information out there and offer to sit down at the table with you. So we have, all we're missing is money. If you want to build a retreat center, I got the property, I got everything, I'm ready to roll. So I would love to sit down and have a conversation with you.
Right now, I can't tell you how I'm structuring it because that's my business, but I'm not taking from individuals, okay? We're a little different programs. I'm on a different program which y'all are working on.
Okay.
When I get it put together, I'll disclose it. Right now, it's just my business and nobody else's business. But we're not taking away from veterans. I support the veterans. I'd be more than happy to sit down with you and we can work something out and talk about stuff. I got the restaurant. Come and see me.
All right, sounds good. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, I know a lot of people on Facebook were wondering, where's the 100 to 130 million that y'all have raised for this project?
That is not in the project right now.
Okay.
That was misrepresented at the time. We do have the funds, but they're not going to necessarily go here.
Okay.
That's what I said. This is a work in progress. I can't give you no more details. All I'm telling you right now, I'm just here to clarify the Veterans Association from my restaurant. They are not affiliated at this point. I'm building a restaurant and I'm building a retail center. Veterans Association, this is going to come down the road. It's still a work in progress. But it has nothing to do with what I'm doing out there right now. And it's not being built on Con Harbor, is what the questions are, I think, to clarify. This is what you wanted me to clarify today, right? Okay, I'm going with whatever we agreed in our contract. That's what I'm doing out there. Nothing more, nothing less. The other stuff has to do with other properties I have in town, but nothing to do with Con Harbor. That's all I want to clarify out here. As far as the Veterans Association, it's a real deal. I'm just not ready to tell you what I'm doing with it yet because it's not complete.
Can you tell us the name?
No. I can't. It's not legitimate yet. There's not, the paperwork's not complete, so that's all I'm gonna talk about that on. Anybody got any questions? Anything else?
Mary, Mary, come up here.
But you're not very tall, so.
I'm a family of veterans. My husband and I both. I have my oldest son is a Marine veteran. I have 2 active duty Navy kids. I've got 2 brothers that were Marines. So being in the veteran community is extremely important. So when your partner comes in with all these big things and he says, this is the footprint we're putting at Cambron Harbor, and then when everybody has all these questions, we get the answer, I'm not able to say that right now. So how are we supposed to and I've eaten at Shrimp It Up in town, my husband and I. How are we as communities supposed to trust you if we can't even get answers?
Because I have not discussed this with the city council. I can't approve it, they can't approve it, because it's not been solidified yet. Mike misspoke when he said we got this all working. We don't, it's not in place yet.
So is he working hand in hand with you?
He's
now?
working out of the San Antonio office, I'm handling it down here.
Okay,
Wait,
because the way
pardon me, I want to clarify something. What you just said, we don't know anything about this veteran. We have not discussed it.
No.
Council, correct me if I'm wrong, please?
No, you're right.
No, we have not
We haven't.
discussed this. Well,
That's
you
a-
just told her that you've discussed it with
No,
us.
we haven't discussed it yet.
Okay.
No, we haven't not.
You
Not
said
that we
you
haven't.
have, so you
Oh,
probably
I'm
just
sorry,
meant to say you have
yes,
not.
No, we have
Gotcha.
not discussed it.
Okay.
See, and so that's what has everybody up in an uproar is your friend or your partner
I understand.
putting all of this in our harbor. I mean, it doesn't have as big a footprint as what those plans are that he put out there for us, that he and Mr. Haskins worked together on.
Right.
And so that's, I think that is what has so many, and the fact that they want to reach out, like Mr. Jimmy with the VFW, he's wanted to reach out to talk about things, but nobody, from your little group.
Talk to me.
Well,
You know where I'm at.
I
Like
know,
said,
but I think it's
I'm
because
not-
of
okay.
Mr. Rivas's
Okay,
thing.
Mr. Rivas misspoke about, our intentions are real, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
So the intention right now is just to put the new Shrimp It Up down on the harbor?
Yes.
And what is the retail? Because as far as the way I understood it, it was just to make your restaurant bigger for people to come down. So the veteran thing and the retail thing is coming in.
The veteran's gonna be the same right now as I'm doing Shrimp It Up, half off.
Okay,
That's
so
what
it's
I'm-
not that big old thing with the private rooms and all that. That's not at this property down
No.
at the harbor.
No. No.
Okay.
Right now, it's just a restaurant. It's not called the event center, it's called my restaurant. It's got a bar, it's got a restaurant, it's got a dance.
See, and I heard all about that, and I
With
was
the
excited
250
for
table.
that.
That's what we're
Until
building
he
down
came
there.
out and said,
Okay,
So,
that's what I'm here to
that's what she's
straighten out.
saying.
That's
Our
the
one that was put out.
concept is still real, but it's just not here yet.
Okay.
So it's
Because
probably
that's what's
scaring,
got
I
the
know.
veterans in the
The big
uproar.
dollars, everybody's
I'm
scared
saying the
everybody.
big
Okay, I'm clearing it up.
I think so, but
It's not gonna happen right now in this town.
Okay.
No, and Mary, that original lease, it says, it's black and white in the lease, it can only be a restaurant with a couple retail shops. It can't be anything else other than that, because
That's
it's
what I just
in the
proposed
lease.
right now. That's
Yep.
what I'm doing down there right now.
Yep.
That's all I'm doing.
That's what.
I apologize for the misunderstanding and the way it was misread. It wasn't quite presented properly, but that's why I'm here to straighten out. That's going to straighten it out.
Okay.
We want nothing but what's good for the town. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Just keep the veterans in mixed in with it, because then you'll get more support that way, and I'm sure you understand that.
Got your veterans over there. Thank you,
Everybody
council.
good?
I appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so, okay,
Announcements.
now it's my turn.
Okay.
We haven't gotten to agenda items.
All right, I haven't spoken this thing in 8 years, so if I screw up, don't laugh too much. And before I get started, I spoke, and before I get started, me and Ruby had a long conversation, and I told her if any type of apology came from someone, I think it'd be better coming from the mayor, and especially me, because I can look in this room, and me and Jason are the only two people that actually grew up with Elise and went to school with her. So with that being said, I just want to say on behalf of the City of Aransas Pass, I wish to extend my sincere thoughts and compassion to your family regarding the disappearance of Elisa and the many years of uncertainty that have followed. For more than 3 decades, your family, as well as friends, have lived with unanswered questions concerning Elisa's disappearance. While no words can fully address the hardship that accompanies such a loss, I want to acknowledge the perseverance, dedication, and strength your family has demonstrated in seeking answers and keeping Elisa's memory alive. The city understands the importance of ensuring that every responsible effort is made to assist in the search for information regarding this matter. At the request of family members for an independent review, the Aransas Pass Police Department coordinated with the Texas Attorney General's Missing Persons Cold Case Unit to facilitate a renewed examination of the case. Following the Attorney General's recommendation, a geoforensic investigation was conducted at the residence associated with Elisa's disappearance. The city supported and funded this effort in the hope that it might provide new information or investigative leads. Although the investigation did not yield new evidence, we recognize that the desire for answers remains as important today as it was when Elisa first disappeared. We appreciate your patience throughout this process and your commitment to pursuing every available avenue in search for information. Pursuant to the Rule 11 agreement entered in the pending litigation, the City and Aransas Pass Police Department will provide with the release of the investigative records as contemplated by the agreement. It is our hope that the information contained within those records will assist your family in gaining a fuller understanding of the investigative efforts undertaken over the years. Please know that the City of Aransas Pass recognizes the significance of this matter to your family and as well as the friends in our community. Our thoughts remain with you, and we sincerely hope that release of these records may provide some measure of understanding as you continue your search for answers. In closing, I wish to extend my sincere apologies to the Robertson family as well as close friends for what you have endured over the past years. And I mean that with all my heart, because you know I grew up around you guys. So for what you guys have gone through in the past, I truly apologize, and I know
We all do.
I know this group here stands with me. So, and I know me, Ruby, I'll be giving you a call in the morning, and I just hope this helps you and your family. So thank you. Okay, and I think the other announcement is probably something I should have done a few weeks ago, so it's on me. I've had people ask, and I know people in the audience notice we don't have a police chief sitting with the council anymore. This isn't something that happened overnight. Right after the last mayor's election, I was straight in the city manager's office because you don't see this in the other town, and a department head is not a policymaker. We are the body that sets policy, and basically they have no business sitting up here. They could be out working, and it also saves on payroll, so I just wanted to let everybody know that. Okay, and with that being said, we'll move into citizens' comments.
Good evening, everyone. And Mayor, what you just said dictates what I say now. So I was like, good evening, everyone. My name is Rosalie Beatty. I am standing before you tonight to address the formal public apology that was recently issued to the Roberson family. While it has taken 3 years of relentless pushing by the Roberson family to reach this moment, we want to express our sincere gratitude to Mayor Jason Knight. By issuing this apology, Mayor Knight has shown true leadership and true character. Doing the right thing is not always easy, especially when it means correcting mistakes from the past, but it is always worth it in the end. The Roberson family is beyond grateful for his actions, as this public statement finally absolves them of any wrongdoing. However, we must remember why this acknowledgement was so necessary. For several years, instead of receiving the support and compassion as victims of a heartbreaking tragedy, this family was treated as suspects and second-class citizens. Law enforcement openly accused them of being responsible for their own loved one's disappearance and death. They were harassed and they were bullied, not just by members of the community, but by the very police officers sworn to protect them. But most importantly, through all of this, the system failed the person who needed it most, and that was Elisa Roberson herself. This public apology is a profound and necessary step, but it cannot erase the years of pain inflicted upon them. This family deserved this day, and they deserve much more. Mayor Knight, Jason, thank you for having the courage to stand up and do what is right. We accept this acknowledgement tonight, and we hope it marks the beginning of real accountability and lasting change within the city of Aransas Pass. I was asked by Ruby to deliver this on her behalf since she's not here, and I want to also thank you for what you just did.
My pleasure.
I just wanted to say, Ruby, I hope you received this well. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa.
Thank you, Rosa.
Thank you.
My name is Darlene Mann. The Roberson family has certainly deserved this apology because for years they were subjected to false accusations by law enforcement. They were told that they murdered their own loved one and hid her remains on their childhood property. They were explicitly told that arrests would be made, a direct insinuation aimed squarely at the family. We do recognize that the current PD and administration did not commit these offenses, that they were carried out by the past PD and administration. But those individuals did represent the city of Aransas Pass. And we must remember, even when the administration changes, the institution's responsibility remains. We recognize that steps have been taken by the city now, and we sincerely appreciate those actions. There's still more to be done. We're calling on the city of Aransas Pass to take immediate next steps. Establish an independent oversight review of this case. Account for all and any missing files. Have open, honest, and transparent communication with the family as allowed and appropriate. Allow even an outside cold case investigation if requested by the family. And etc. Talk to them, listen to them, include them. A lot of time has been wasted. Years have been wasted. Witnesses have even passed away. So it's time to make things right and help this family. It's time for APPD and its leadership to be known for their transparency, their honesty, their accountability, and their credibility. The whole community deserves this. Thank you, Mayor Knight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene.
Jason, you stole my thunder. Thank you for the apology. I only have one gap in that, and not your apology, that's great, but you still have an officer here who got that illegal warrant because she refused to believe that her mom killed her daughter. He still works here. If you can have somebody that like that work here, who else is corrupt? And it spreads like a virus. Hadn't been held accountable, no disciplinary action, nothing, so I'll keep coming up here until that guy's gone. I'm not going to mention his name today because I did it last time I was here. So next week, his name will be up here with a big picture on Facebook every time until he's gone. Can't have that. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I'm assuming that Jason forced you to say, get this thing done, so thanks. And again, thanks a lot, Jason. It means a lot. I missed some stuff on Flock, and you did too. I know he's not here. It won't take long, but the chief is talking about auditing process. He can audit, but that's self-auditing, the same thing that the warrant did that didn't know accountability. He's going to keep doing it. So until you get an outside source actually auditing your police department, the virus will continue. Even though Chief Blanchard's gone, it's still here, and it's still festering. You have to have an outside entity come in and audit your stuff. And when he's talking about the data deleted in 30 days, he's just pulling that curtain behind your back. So that data's there. I'm the police officer. I now download that data. Next month, I download that data. Next month, I download that data. I can chase Jason Knight for the rest of his life. That's the piece they're not telling you, so you're welcome.
All right, thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
I need to begin the night with one huge complaint about the city council and the mayor. A serious one that I'm amazed you all allowed to happen in the city. It was a terrible decision, truly awful. The kind of thing that makes people stare at the wall for a few minutes and reconsider their life choices. And then the strangest part, no warning, heads up, not even a rumor on Facebook, which is impressive because in Iran's past, the weather gets leaked early. I've been trying to figure out how this happened. Was there a vote? Was there a clerical error? Did anyone check the wrong box on the form and HR just shrugged and processed this anyways? Because whatever the process was, it left the public confused, the staff startled, and the rest of us wondering what exactly we're supposed to do now. I've talked to people around town. Some are in disbelief, some are in denial. And there's one guy who's always claims he saw it coming, even though he definitely did not. And honestly, now I feel sorry for the mayor and council because everybody's just about to see just how much y'all have really just been pretending like you know what you're doing. So after all the shock, all the confusion, and all the emotional turbulence the decision has caused, there's only one thing to say. Happy retirement, Mary. The city will recover.
Where is this going? What is he talking about?
I second that.
Yeah.
Great job, Will.
I know everybody, Mary Gunn, over on Wheeler. I know everybody comes up here to complain, but I'm coming up as a parent of a recently graduating senior. I want to thank each of you that came and to support our kids throughout our begging and whatnot for project graduation to give those kids the best one that they had. Doug was there with us, I think, most of the night. You know, it's true what they say, it takes a village. And we had maybe half of our graduating class there. But I think the ones that were there had a good time, and a lot of it was because of our community. But y'all showed up too, and that's not usually what happens with our city council members. And as a mom who this is my last one to go through, I've had 4 graduate, so I've been doing Project Grad since 2012-ish, I think. My mentor Fred is the one that taught me how to do it and have fun with it with the kids. I did it before my kids were even seniors. Will it be my last? Probably not. But again, my thing is thank you for showing up for our kids, because a lot of our city council members usually do not. They'll say, yeah, we can donate here, we can donate there, but I mean, our police, we usually, you know, like the police department would donate like breakfast, like the kolaches and stuff. We didn't have any of that this year. So I had to get on and throw it out there to see who could donate breakfast, and it worked out well.
So that was a hint. That was hint, right?
That was a hint.
Oh, okay.
But no, because, and I don't know what the issue was, why it didn't happen this year, but I got out the night before and I threw it out there on, you know, on the Facebook, and San Juan down here on Commercial stepped up for the kids. And we are very appreciative. But for y'all to step up the way you did, even if it was smashing cars, you know, having fun that way, we appreciate it. And I just wanted to put that out there for y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mary.
Mary.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay, good deal. All right, now, I guess we don't have to go on the staff reports. We got all the reports ourselves. Okay. Now we're moving to discussion regarding the sale of the following city properties. Property ID 69013, Town Site Block 624, Lot 7. Property ID 69005, Town Site Block 624, Lot 6. Property ID 36486.
Yes,
What is that word?
I believe Sal's going to introduce this item.
Okay, good. Okay, take it away.
So Council, there's been some interest in these particular properties. So up here you have the appraisal districts rendering of where the property's at. If you scroll to the next page, you'll see where exactly it's at. That first one.
This is the second.
So this one is property ID 69013, Town Site Bulk 624, Lot 7. and then so on and so forth.
And then I guess this is the third one.
That's the third one. So that's lot property ID 36486, DeBrills Bayfront, Block 1, lot 15. So basically, if there's a consensus to entertain selling these properties, we will have to go out for an RFP, right, Mary?
Yeah, it'd be
RFP,
advertised- it'd
and
be
advertise
advertised in the city
It can't be
certified
sold to any.
newspaper.
I know that there's probably a few people who are interested in the property, but we have to open up it to the public.
Yeah.
And then go that way, and of course, there's all
And that's per the charter, you know,
Right,
if
yeah,
there's a
it's gotta be
consensus. There's no
put in the
action
paper.
today. We really just need consensus from the council on whether the council wants to move forward with the sale of these properties. And if so, then like Mr. Hernandez stated, we would issue an RFP, gather bids, and then bring them back to council.
Why are we entertaining selling them?
Well, there's been some interest. There's been, from the public, we've received one who's interested in purchasing these properties from the city. So that's the reason why we're bringing them before the council on whether, you know, the council would like to push them out for bid.
Yeah, because we can't just flat out right sell it. It's got to go out for competitive bidding, be advertised in the local newspaper, all that stuff.
And y'all also have to entertain, I mean, some cities like to keep properties for future,
Right.
you know, projects, like,
Yep.
not saying for this instance, but saying, let's say there's, I don't know, a water tower or something like that wants to look in the future. So you want to kind of keep that in mind when you're talking about potential selling property.
And I think
Where is this at?
it's the corner of Wheeler and Railroad, but that's in between Wheeler and Maddox.
It's over there behind the hotel. basically, is it?
Some others.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one, it's in a landlocked deal. I mean,
Yeah.
That's the third one. This is the second one here.
yep.
And that one's where?
That's right behind that, what hotel is that? Days Inn, I think?
Something like that.
The one across
Go-
the street
as you go
from
in-
Fairfield.
Yeah.
That hotel right there.
I know when we were looking at the maps before, we had put some that we were wanting to do. I don't think these are
I
any of
don't
them.
think, yeah.
So,
No, I
This
think
is
the
the
big
first-
yeah,
chunk is
these
like.
aren't any that we were looking at
Yeah, the
using.
ones we were looking at were between Wilson
They were
and
on, yeah,
Wheeler.
all the way down.
Right there in that area.
Mhm.
I think as long as I know we have an economic development consultant, so as long as it's not something that she was actively looking at, because she did bring some properties up when we
I
met
don't
with
think
her.
that these were on that list.
None of these were.
No.
No,
So the
'cause-
next step would just be we'd go out.
Yes, we would go out for an RFP, and even at the time that we bring them to council, you
That
know, the
doesn't
council.
mean we have to
yes.
accept it.
No.
Mhm.
Well, then, I think
I
we.
think we
do
should.
it.
Yeah, I mean,
Especially since there's no current plans
Yeah,
with
because
them.
you get a bid and you don't like it, you can reject it that easy.
Okay.
Mhm. I mean, let's see.
yeah.
Okay. All right, then I think we have our consensus.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we'll move into the consent agenda, and it'll be to approve the special meeting minutes, February 23rd, 2026, and do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the special meeting minutes for February 23rd, 2026.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, we have a second.
Second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
all opposed, motion carries. Okay, now we're gonna move into action items and be consider and act on a request from the Aransas Pass Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center for a temporary street closure of Commercial Street from Maddox to Magnolia for the Shrimpery Parade on October 17th, 2026, beginning at 10 a.m.
Yes, they had planned to have a representative from the chamber here to speak on this item, but they were unable to attend. So as you read, Mayor, this is for the temporary street closure of certain streets, you know, associated with the Shrimpery Parade. On, I guess that date is October 17th. I do want to mention that there is a cost, as there has been in prior years, for public safety. The cost for public safety is about $2,000, and then there's also a cost for public works. That's like under $500. And traditionally, this cost has been absorbed in our city's budget, and we do plan to absorb it once again this year.
I'm good with it because that parade's, that's for the whole community.
Exactly.
The only thing I'd want to add to it, I'm all about a parade for the kids. I think the community needs it, the kids need it, it's a free event for them. Is I'd like something in place and in writing that there will be immediate cleanup in the parade where they do their standing before, their placing before they do the parade route, and clean up afterwards.
Oh, okay. You
Just to
mean-
make sure that it gets done.
Oh, like where they stage
The-
everything?
Where they stage,
the
that's the word I
staging
was-
area?
Yeah, sorry, that's the word I was looking for,
Okay.
The
staging
staging,
area.
okay.
Yeah, it's just I mean, most of those are homemade and stuff, the wind's bad, a lot of this stuff falls off, so we
Okay.
just want to make sure that there's a crew going through afterwards and clean up. But other than that, I don't see an issue.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll notify them.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion considering act on a request from Aransas Pass Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center for a temporary street closure of Commercial Street from Maddox to Magnolia for the Shrimpery Parade on October 17th, beginning at 10 a.m.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving right along, we're going to consider and act on a request from Destination Aransas Pass for use of Brown Harbor for the 6th Annual Saltwater Mardi Gras Festival on February 20th, 2027, and a temporary street closure of the following streets: East Maddox Avenue, Huff Street, and Bigelow Street for the parade on Saturday, February 20th, 2027, from 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm not good in front of crowds, but I'm going to give it my best for Destination Aransas Pass. I am here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I am here to request approval for the 7th Saltwater Mardi Gras Festival and Parade scheduled for Saturday, February 20th, 2027 at Brown Harbor. The event is planned as a family-friendly community festival that brings residents, visitors, local businesses, restaurants, and organizations together in one of the most recognizable areas of Aransas Pass, our harbor. The parade is planned at 11 a.m., beginning at Huff Street, continuing to Bigelow, and ending near the Seaman Memorial Tower across from Dorados. Last year, the parade included approximately 45 entries and floats. We expect strong participation again from local businesses, families, civic groups, and community organizations. Following the parade, the festival would open at 12 p.m. and include live music throughout the day, along with a gumbo competition. So, tonight, I want to ask for your approval for the Saltwater Mardi Gras Festival and Parade for February 20th, 2027, so we can move forward with planning, promotion, sponsor outreach, parade registration, vendor coordination, and community participation.
Man, you made me hungry saying that word gumbo.
Gumbo, yeah, it's dinner time, right?
Right. Okay.
I will start this. I'm concerned, considering the wind this year was atrocious, and we heard a lot about, pardon me, how the wind threw a bunch of the trash into the ocean and so forth. I personally don't believe the harbor's the best place for Mardi Gras, because we can never contemplate what the weather's going to do. And if it is windy with trash, it's going to go into the ocean, which is going to affect marine life. So I would hope y'all would consider possibly taking it to the grounds of Shrimpery instead.
What about
Where?
downtown?
Huh?
I thought it was awesome when y'all did it downtown.
Or, downtown, you know.
It was
I do
I don't know
want
if
to
that's even
add,
an option.
I just noted that on their request, they're towards the bottom of the request, there is a statement that Destination Aransas Pass is committed to leaving the area clean following the event, removing event-related materials, trash, and debris, and a final sweep of the area the day after the event to ensure that Harbor Point Park is returned to a clean and orderly condition.
Right, and that's all
I
fine
just
and
needed to
dandy.
point that out.
But during the event, when it's windy and the trash goes into the ocean, you're not going to have divers go and get it out.
Right.
You know what I mean? I know a lot of citizens were concerned. There was a lot that was said about
Yeah,
it.
come on, Joe.
Yeah.
And I just ask that you find a different location.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion. I don't know how they feel, That's just my personal opinion.
So I have been a part of the event for 6 years now, and we do address cleanup and do take it seriously. We love our bays. That's what makes us unique, right? So we did handle cleanup last year throughout the festival, not just at the end. And because it was getting dark as we were wrapping things up, we did have a crew come back the following morning. Wind's unpredictable. We can't, predict wind direction or anything like that, but we do take cleanliness as a top priority in having the event.
Sure, of course.
I do think that y'all did the grounds. I think the grounds looked fine. When we had the complaints come up, I went out there and checked. I didn't see, obviously there's always gonna be little things here and there. It really was mostly the staging area and then along the parade path. It was more the staging area, and I think the winds were just atrocious this year. And I think that was a big part of it. But I think that probably everyone was focusing so much on the festival grounds that maybe that just got overlooked.
So it was the parade area that in the
That was where I
staging
saw
area.
most of it. When I went and picked up, there was a lot still there. The grounds on the itself, whatever little was there, it wasn't enough to matter. Y'all did a great job.
I also went by, y'all did a phenomenal job cleaning it up.
Yeah, the
100%.
Yeah, when you were saying the grounds, although this past year, I'm sorry, it was challenging winds. What was it, like 30?
Oh, it was
Oh,
crazy.
yeah, it was bad.
It was horrible.
Jason, you were there?
Yeah, it was bad.
Always on that golf.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, I had
No.
GoPro the whole time,
Yeah.
making sure that, I use it for other purposes, but besides that, the neighboring property has a wooden fence and a chain link fence. And if you look at the flags on video, Mary, I showed it to you, you would think that would have been a good backstop before it got to the water. I couldn't find anything on there from the event. So I did run the grounds that's normally how I enforce it.
I saw you out there running around. and-
Yeah, I'm taking care of it. The trash cans, the parking lot, pretty much everywhere. So when we got the report, I went up and down the street there, and I couldn't find anything on the fence. So if there was some trash in the bays, we even had Harbor Master Gates check for us as well. And then the following day, I was the one that went out there. And picked up the center blocks and everything that was left. But I think even though with the challenging winds, I did a very good job of that. And it's recorded, so I'm willing to share that with anybody.
Would y'all consider having the festival at Calm Brown Harbor, but the parade staying downtown? Would that be a consideration that y'all would look at?
I think
I mean,
best at
it's
the
so
harbor.
close together, I don't know if there's a way to make it.
If the berm where the lineup is concerned, I'll take care of that as well.
Yeah, that really was,
But
Joe,
then-
that was where I.
I'm not gonna
mostly
lie,
picked
I
up.
probably went walking, probably a month ago, and I still saw trash. And it's nothing that y'all had any control over, because it was the streamers and all of that, so I picked it up. But it just gets lost in the grass.
Hey, I could use more
It
help.
gets lost in the grass.
I could use more help.
Yeah. So, trust us, we picked up plenty of trash. But, I don't know that it's just, I don't know that there's a process for actually keeping it out of the water and out of the area.
Well, I couldn't find anything in the water.
And I'm just talking about the parade, because the festival itself, that area was, I didn't
Yeah,
find
I just-
anything
I
on
think
the
it
on the festival grounds.
It was
There was no trash there. It was
Yeah, it was
along the parade route.
Mostly the staging area, and it's
So
it's
my-
mostly that
my
tinsel.
concentration
That was a lot of it.
On the event,
Mm-hmm.
I can focus my attention near the parade route.
Yeah, would y'all give us an opportunity and allow us to try it this year again, and we'll focus our attention on the staging area and on the parade, and make sure that it is cleaned and that we're keeping track there, because
I'm good with it.
I mean, we're learning. It was our first year
Mm-hmm.
last year at the harbor, and I think most of our focus was on the
Yeah.
festival grounds, but now that y'all have made us aware, we can pay
think
more
that's fair.
attention to
Yeah,
the
that's fair.
staging area.
I
and
think
the
that's
parade
fair.
area.
I just, we're just a little concerned, because it wasn't just
Yeah.
concerned citizens,
Well,
I know.
but it was
Joe,
business
Could
owners
y'all maybe
too.
too?
Yeah.
Honestly, what a lot of it was you know that tinsel that's not biodegradable, it's all the shiny material, and I know that makes a really great float, but you know, the stuff that's biodegradable, yeah, it's going to be there for a little bit, but all we need is a good dew, and it pretty much kind of goes away. It was just, there was a lot of tinsel.
That was the tinsel.
And
that's
it was-
actually what I picked up.
And I mean, and it was
the tinsel.
it was down Maddox, it was down, and it was a lot. That's going to be, I think, just even for y'all don't want to have to go pick all that up. It was.
Yeah.
It was
I mean,
work.
the good thing is it's
And,
bright and shiny, so you can find it. And
But it's like you think, oh, there's a piece, and then you go, and it's
out.
like all wrapped up in everything. But
I mean, but we'll have a crew Sunday, you know,
Yeah.
like it's
Yeah.
for the community,
no, I
right?
can,
That's what's
I can get behind
important
like
to us.
like you're asking for to give y'all a chance. I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well,
Good.
do we have a motion?
I put my glasses on.
I can't see.
I'll make a motion to consider an act on the request from Destination Aransas Pass for use of Con Brown Harbor for the 6th Annual Saltwater Mardi Gras Festival on February 20th, 2027, and the temporary street closures of the following streets: East Maddox Avenue, Huff Street, and Bigelow Street for the parade on Saturday, February 20th, 2027, from 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
I'll be there. I have trash bags.
You got it. All right, now we're going to consider an act regarding the official name of the boardwalk located at the Aquatic Center. And y'all have fun.
No, don't you be quiet now.
Goodness.
All right, how
No,
y'all
no.
doing again? So, like you said, trying to take advantage of an opportunity to put a name to it besides just referring to it as Aquatic Center Boardwalk. We put 4 down there at the bottom that we came up with. We're open to suggestions.
Put it on Facebook, let our people say
No.
what they want to name it.
Yeah,
No.
have fun with that.
The top one wins.
You're gonna get about 20.
Yeah, I don't think we have time for that. This is kind of time sensitive.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But if these names make you sick, then I mean, you can throw something else
I
out
was like, we're
there.
gonna end up with 100 more names.
What's the last one?
Real Pass Boardwalk.
No.
Okay. I personally, out of these, I like Aransas Pass Waterfront Walk, and only because when
That's
you're
too
doing
long.
marketing,
I like
You
the
know,
first one, Harbor City
saying
Boardwalk.
what it is what usually
Simple.
works.
I cannot see.
Okay, then
Harbor City Boardwalk, Aransas Channel Boardwalk, no.
Yeah.
Aransas Pass Waterfront Walk, too long. Real Pass Boardwalk. I like the first one. Harbor City Boardwalk. It's simple, it's easy. We are the Harbor City, and it's a boardwalk.
Hey,
I have no opinion.
No, no, I do like that one too, but I think it's confusing when we have a harbor
guess
and
who
that's not
likes it?
located at the harbor.
Mary likes it, so you
It's
gotta
the
pick that
Harbor
one.
City Boardwalk.
I'm just telling you my opinion.
Mary can name it.
Yeah, Mary likes
No,
it.
no,
so
I
that's
also
a
like,
good
like the name.
I
I
also
just
like
think
Harbor City
people are out of
Boardwalk.
town, they're gonna hear Harbor City Boardwalk and they're gonna go to the harbor looking for. a
We could
boardwalk
always
that
name
doesn't
it Juarez Boardwalk. No.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Personally, I like the first, but
I do
it's
too.
up to everybody.
I like the first.
How do you all feel out there? Who likes
Yeah.
the first? Raise your hand.
Can we do that?
No.
2? Who likes the second one? Raise your hand. Who likes
we
the
should
third
say
one?
Will,
Raise
you
your
want me to
hand.
teach you?
What do you like? Which one do you like? The long one? Well, you would, Will.
Don't be judgy.
I'm gonna be so simple and just say Aransas Pass Boardwalk. Are we gonna also name the
I'm good with that.
pavilion Aransas Pass Pavilion? And that way everything just has the Aransas Pass name on it?
I like that.
And everything's just, I mean, if you put something in Google, you're gonna put Aransas Pass and it's gonna take you straight
And it's by the
there.
Aransas Pass Community Park,
Aransas Pass Community
Pavilion.
Park. I know it's
The
so
Aransas Pass
boring.
Walk.
That's okay. I mean, it's better than Aquatic Center Boardwalk, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just know, just from marketing and just, I mean, it's.
Put what
it's
it
just-
is.
Put what it is. That's
I'm
just
with
my
you.
opinion.
Aransas Pass Boardwalk.
the boardwalk at the harbor?
Do it.
You can do Harbor City.
Do it. I dare you.
Lulu's Harbor City Boardwalk.
No.
Harbor Boardwalk.
I'll make a motion to consider an act regarding the official naming of the boardwalk located at the Aquatic Center to Aransas Pass Boardwalk.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. Who have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
All right.
Jason,
All right,
what you
Joseph.
got?
That means it's gonna be Aransas Pass Pavilion. David?
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't bring us-
now we're gonna consider an act on a resolution 05-12-2026 passed by the Aransas County Appraisal District Board of Directors, adding one board member representing the city of Rockport and granting voting power to the Aransas County Tax Assessor Collector.
This one's mine.
Well,
Perfect timing. So basically, what happened was the Aransas County Appraisal District, the resolution basically, just added the city of Rockport, and again gave that voting power to the tax assessor collector of Aransas County. The way the city of Aransas pass is to sort of, offer a board member to represent the city of Aransas Pass is through Aransas County. So we basically just kind of communicate with Aransas County and let them know we'd like you to nominate these people, and then after that point they kind of do their own vetting system, and then they produce that list to the CAD. So this resolution, and it was a little tricky with this one because if you don't have an issue with it, there's no action. They just proceed. If you do oppose these changes, then we'd have to draft a resolution noting that the city of Aransas Pass opposes the change and why. So
we have to find somebody in Aransas County.
So how is
I'm
this
good
going
with
to
it.
change? I'm kind of confused on what you're saying.
I think basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Sal, this is just really seeking the councils to see if they concur with the city of Rockport having voting power on the appraisal district board of directors.
right, the city of Rockport
you
did not
concur
have
with-
a direct representative on the board. This resolution gives
This
them
would put someone from Aransas Pass on it?
From the city of Rockport.
Rockport.
Oh, the city, oh.
If we want someone on it, we go through Aransas County whenever they get a chance to offer up their appointees or nominees.
But the reason it's coming to you is because we're a taxing entity. So because we're a taxing entity, they're sending it to those taxing entities to see if we concur with the city of Rockport having designating a member with voting power on the board of directors.
And giving the tax assessor collector voting power as well.
I'm okay with that, but I think we need to have representation ourselves for our city. Because, I mean, we're going to depend on Rockport to speak for us.
No, we go through Aransas County. Aransas County is a taxing entity. They would offer up nominees, right? So we would just communicate with them and say, here's our list of nominees we'd like you to consider to send these on to the CAD as representatives of Aransas.
And that's how we
Aransas
already do
Pass.
it?
That's how we're doing it.
So if
yeah.
we don't vote at all, that's how it stays?
Yeah, I mean, really, your vote today is, do you, if you oppose it, then you're gonna, basically pass a resolution, but we'll have to kind of draft to kind of come back and ratify. If you're okay with the change, there's no action. They just proceed.
That's the board composition makeup.
Right.
It's got one member from the Rockport Fulton ISD, one from Aransas County, one from Rockport Fulton ISD, City of Rockport, another one from the Rockport Fulton ISD, Aransas County, and the Aransas County Tax Assessor Collector.
So you leave it alone?
I don't like any of them.
I don't either.
So here's, if the thinking is that you want to pursue someone from Aransas Pass and have the city have an appointee, I think that's a whole separate subject. We would have to communicate with them before, I think it's August 15th, to let them know that we would like that.
So if
We would
wanna
like for them.
We want to do that, we just don't act on this.
Right, yeah, at this point, you're opposing or not those changes, and if you want to pursue doing
It's a
what
whole
what Rockport did
It's a
and get
whole
us,
different
that's a whole other,
issue.
yeah, the whole other item, yeah.
Yeah, no, we need our own
I
representation.
just say let it die.
Let it
Yes,
die.
let it die.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Do I need to ask for a motion, let it die?
Yeah,
Okay, do we have a motion? Let's see.
I'll make a motion to not approve this resolution.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's what he's saying, like, by having no motion, you're gonna let it die, and there's no action.
It is died
No,
now.
no
so we're good.
motion.
It's dead.
Yeah, it's dead. Okay. All right, now we're going to consider an act on a request from the Aransas Pass Education Foundation for use of Combine Harbor for a 5K run on Saturday, October 10th, 2026, beginning at 7 a.m.
Wake up, Fred.
Fred Diaz, 1460 West DeBerry, Aransas Pass.
Susan Drummond, Ingleside.
And we're both here representing the Aransas Pass Education Foundation, and we are asking the council to approve our request for the 5K run on Saturday, October 10th. This is the only fundraiser that we have for our foundation. We would greatly appreciate the consideration and approval as we put this 5K run. I must add that we will be bringing people into the community, which will help our tax base, our revenue, and also expose the community of Aransas Pass and our beautiful harbor to additional people outside of our boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's
Fred,
great.
is this the first time you've done the 5K run, or have y'all done one before? Oh, y'all did it last year?
We did it last year, and we had over 100 runners.
Oh, wow.
We're also going to have one of the restaurants downtown, at the harbor, help us with the packets, and also probably serve some breakfast for our runners and keep them here longer to enjoy our beautiful city of Aransas Pass.
Very nice. Ruth, it's like our run to mimosas.
Right. We may have some.
All right.
I love it.
I'll make a motion to consider an act on a request from the Aransas Pass Education Foundation for use of Combine Harbor for a 5K run on Saturday, October 10th, 2026, beginning at 7 a.m.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All
On
opposed?
behalf of the
Motion
foundation,
carries.
thank you for considering.
Thank you,
and
guys.
Thank you for
our
having us here.
request. Yes.
Thank
Do
you,
we
guys.
need to, do they need any road closures for the, no?
No, they do
Okay.
not.
Yeah.
That information was presented earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I don't think that, because it was reviewed by our Department of Emergency Management, and I don't believe that they said there was going to be a need for any road
No,
closures.
y'all
Okay.
pretty much mimicking what you did last year.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't need to.
Okay.
We closed the bottom last year, but we're gonna close the top this
Right.
year. They're gonna run the top instead of the bottom.
Yeah.
Right.
Because there was a little bit of boat traffic, and we're just gonna let that stay open, and we're gonna hire the policemen like we did, where we pay them online.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Yep, good night.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to consider an act to authorize the chief of police and the fire chief to sign a memorandum of understanding between the Department of Public Safety, San Patricio County Sheriff's Department, and the Aransas Pass Police and Fire Departments for mutual aid mandated by Government Code 772-013.
Mayor, Council, I'm asking that y'all will allow myself and Chief New York to sign a memo of understanding with the Texas Department of Public Safety. A little background, House Bill 33 of the 89th Texas regular legislative session, which was codified in the Texas Government Code 722-013, mandates that DPS and certain government entities employing first responders in each county go into agreement. It's mandated.
Right.
Y'all can say no, I just don't know. It's
I'll make a motion to approve 9-6.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, now we're going to consider an act on an ordinance amending the City Code of Ordinances by revising Section 12-200 mobile food establishments. Special requirements providing for compliance with state law, establishing an administrative registration process, providing for a location, operational and safety regulations, providing for fees, providing for penalties, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. A lot of words.
Evening, Mayor, Council.
Evening.
So I brought this to y'all, I want to say maybe 2-3 council meetings ago. Basically, state is taking charge in regulating food trucks, any type of mobile food establishments, and the only thing that the city is able to regulate is where and when they're able to operate. This is just stating that we are conforming to the state's regulations and ordinances.
Okay.
I really wish y'all would have them give you receipts or provide receipts when they dump their gray water and also with their oil. We've got to regulate that. There's too many food trucks that, I mean, I saw it when we had a food truck. I literally saw somebody pull their gray water right in front of Southern Oaks RV park. You know, and I want to clarify this by saying I am not trying to make Aransas Pass Houston, but there is a lot to learn by the way they do operations. Food trucks, they have what they have, what's called a commissary. You go to the commissary, you pay $25, or I think it was $20 for 24 hours. You can dump your gray water there, and you can also dump your oil there. And they give you a little receipt and tells you, if they dump the oil or just the gray water. And if a health inspector came to you and inspected your food truck and they asked to see it, you better have it or you're going to get fined. So if I've seen food trucks literally pull their gray water in front of Southern Oaks, can you imagine what they're doing with their oil? That's going wherever. You know, and I just think we need to crack down on food trucks and how they operate and make sure they're operating effectively and judicially just responsible with their water and their oil. You know, there's several restaurants in town that have barrels that will allow food trucks to take their oil to. We had 2 that we worked with.
I know dealing with disposal of liquids or anything
Yeah,
like that.
Sampat County, you know, they do ask for water. You know, when we had our food truck, we had a location where we would dump water, and she would give me a receipt that said that's where I dump my water. But you also have to get a letter from the location saying, yes, you do have permission to use our location for your services with the application.
The city itself does not have anything for disposal, correct?
I haven't researched the code on that, but I mean, what we can do, we can come back. I mean,
I know
we
dealing
need to
with
like one for state law.
I know
Yes.
dealing with
Yeah, this
disposal
one-
of liquids or anything like that, that does fall under.
You know, I'd like to bring that back where we can discuss it, and Joseph, I'll be more than happy to get with you and let you know what I experienced as a food truck owner and how we did it, and then bring it back to council and see if they approve.
yeah, let us go and, I mean, we'll do some research and bring it back as a discussion item.
And this is just right now to follow the state law.
Right. Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve 9.7 with an effective date of June 15th, 2026.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving right along, we're going to consider an act on an agreement with Aoka Engineering for code enforcement services for a 1-year term.
So I introduced Aoka Engineering Services last council. They're going to be taking over the trade inspections, basically any backup inspections, backup plan review, and backup floodplain management at the moment. With my code enforcement officer recently transferring to a different department, I don't have a licensed code enforcement officer yet. So we're going to be using Aoka on a as-needed basis for their code enforcement services.
Just be temporary till you get somebody, right? Pretty much.
Exactly. I don't see us using them all too much. This is purely backup services if they're needed.
How much do we pay Aoka per hour?
So for
Per
code enforcement
contract.
services, will be $60 an hour.
Ouch.
Is that the average, or is that a discount to the city?
That's the average.
I know I've had this conversation mainly with Mary and with Elise, is that, and I know we're a bigger city, but I know other smaller cities, they have their officers doing code enforcement, even some doing animal control, and I just don't know why we don't have somebody maybe doing a dual role or something that's also licensed to do that. I don't
I just
know.
went for my code enforcement class last week, and I'll be testing for that probably this week to get my license.
And then somebody could work
So
under
if-
you,
if
under
you're-
your
Exactly.
license,
So my code
right?
enforcement official right now has only been in the position for 3 months. Can't be you can't get your license until you've been under a licensed officer for a year.
Yeah, but we don't want a head department doing dual roles.
No, and I'm not saying, I'm just
roles.
saying that,
No, I know what you're saying. But or at least asking them to, like, if they see something to let y'all know. I mean, I
So
don't know if they
How
do
often
already.
do you use these people? And how many hours will it take them?
I wouldn't be able to answer that because this would be the first time we would be using any type of third party for
How
code
much
enforcement services.
How much are you budgeting for the service for the year? How much are you asking for?
That one I wouldn't be able
Do you
to
think
answer
it'll
right off the top of
exceed
my
what the
head.
salary would be of a code enforcement officer?
Let me just add that I know that Tito did transfer over to another department, and when he did that, I mean, there was an understanding that he would be available, if he was needed in code enforcement. I know that we are aggressively advertising for the code enforcement officer. I don't know if we've received any applications, but I mean, he is available.
Again, this is purely as needed.
Okay,
If
so it's
Tito's
they're not
tied
on a
up
schedule.
with,
They're
yeah,
not
if
on
Tito's tied up
full-time,
with
no.
the department
Okay.
he's now in,
Worst
and
case
there's nobody
scenario,
else that
basically.
can help
Yeah.
out, we
Yeah,
turn to AOCA.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's-
as
that makes
long
more
as
sense.
it's the exception versus the rule.
Yep.
Absolutely.
We should be fine with it.
I'm not gonna agree to it. I just think that's a lot of money, $60 an hour, not knowing how much and how often we're gonna use this person for an entire year.
Yeah,
I
and like I
can't
said,
approve that.
he is available. I mean, that was an agreement that
Yeah.
that Mr. Floyd has made. That he
And I'm
would
sorry,
still be
Joseph,
available.
I really want to say yes to this, but I can't, just looking at our
definitely
budget and
understandable.
everything that we have.
Well, I thought when we met the gentleman, it was going to be, and Tito was still here, I believe, was he not? I thought it was to back up Tito. Kind of like when you buy a business and.
We haven't done this before, Lou. We
No.
haven't approved this before.
No.
But the AOCA guy was here for something.
Right, that we had a conversation with the OCA guy.
Oh, okay.
And, kind of like, the way I understood it to be more of on the line of, like when you get your CO and you go in with the fire marshal, and you have that gentleman, that's who I thought he was talking about, that gentleman from that third party that comes in and does that inspection to get your COO.
Yeah, they're mainly used
Yes,
for
those
plan.
are, what we're using them mainly for is backup inspections.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
planning.
he's not going to be
That's
on a
what was
schedule. He's only going to be,
approved last
but
council.
it's not going to be
for house.
abused.
It's not going to be for house. It's not going to be to, give you a fine for not weed eating. It's not, it's for your more detrimental
Exactly.
inspections.
Planning, inspection, stuff like
Right.
that.
Exactly.
So I was correct with the way I understood it then.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, for minor cases, I mean, say high grass, debris, stuff like that, my code official will still be able to. Right.
I just think we need to
somebody-
aggressively just
somebody,
get
though.
somebody
It's not treated as our
hired
code enforcement. It's-
and then utilize Tito and the backup.
And if what
is
we
my-
can
is
do,
my
we
opinion.
can give Tito an additional stipend and still save the city money versus
Still-
doing the
still-
$60.
yeah.
Is that going to hurt you, David, if we use Tito? Can we still implement?
Yes.
Well, that's the thing is I don't want
Position.
to say no and it put even more on Joseph where permitting gets even more behind and it becomes an issue and then because he's out writing code enforcement.
It's already behind.
Well,
Ask
so
me
do we
how I
want-
know.
Do we want to add
Stack
to
Care
that?
is still waiting.
Do we
Hey,
want to
y'all-
add to
Y'all
that?
two are arguing. I've never seen this before. Keep going. It's cool.
I have so many comments.
That's why we're all up here. I'm not. I'm
no,
not
I
able to
understand. I
approve it.
understand your concern, but my
Yeah.
concern is getting an. I mean, we don't have a person in place.
Is it really the boots in the ground, or is it somebody you need licensed?
It's a little of both, to be honest.
I mean, technically, you have license in the building. That's how you-
Can we not get whoever? What's his name? Jess. No.
Jesse's not licensed, Tito is licensed.
Okay, how long does it take to get someone
They
licensed?
said a
A
year.
full
He's-
year under a licensed officer.
So is he? So he can't even work on getting licensed because there's no one. Can he be under Tito right now to get licensed? At least to start the process instead of waiting for you to get yours, and then go under you. If that makes sense.
I would say yes on that.
I mean, I don't want to add months to him getting licensed. Does that make, you know what I mean?
I just have
And
I just have a
that-
concern not
License
knowing
as soon
how
as
much
possible.
money we're looking at. There's no budget. We haven't like set a budget and say this is what we're gonna use and how much. Like we're just gonna give willy-nilly somebody $60 an hour.
No, only because
for-
this kind of happened. out
I
of
know,
nowhere.
but we don't know. But we don't know.
And obviously, we didn't budget, this is an unforeseen expense.
Have we reached out with like, for like the tall grass and stuff, have we reached out to like local organizations like churches and stuff to see if we can get volunteers from them to help out also, or is that something we can do?
Right
I
now.
don't believe so. That we haven't. That we have done that. I'm pretty sure we haven't.
Are you talking about cleanup or enforcement?
Just clean up.
Cleanups, that's the tricky part, I think,
Yeah, I
right?
think
Because we get into
people have
private
to
private
process.
property and stuff like that. He's concerned about someone out there doing code enforcement.
Yeah,
but-
right now, I don't think
and-
we can be concerned with grass. Like,
Or-
it's,
And you have to
can't
be
even get in and
licensed.
mow. You know what I mean? It's so wet.
What about if we allow us to go back and discuss it further and see if we can come up with a plan internally, and if we can't, we can bring it back?
Because I don't want to put one department behind either
Yeah.
one, because we're either stealing an employee or having someone do dual roles. If it's, I don't want one, especially permitting. I don't want it to suffer.
And that was the whole
When-
reason I brought this forward is that
Yeah.
I'm not pulling an officer. Well, not an officer.
I mean, I
but
think
I'm not
that's a
pulling
really-
an employee from their new position to do a whole different position.
If you could come up with some dollar amount for the year, that would
Or a
definitely
max
help.
amount that you'll
Or
spend
get
each
somebody
month, maybe, or
hired.
something.
Like, I know that's difficult to say, but if there's a company that would aggressively go out and find us a code enforcement officer, like, or
We
something.
don't need to hire a
Not an
third
officer,
party.
but a code enforcement, something, just to
An
get.
actual
then we're gonna
permanent
waste
employee.
$60 an hour.
A more permanent employee versus paying that,
Okay.
that amount, I think.
Yeah, we could look into where exactly the position is posted and be a little bit more aggressive.
And I would
on where
Be a
the
little
person
bit
is.
more
So,
aggressive with it.
And so look at getting Jesse on a speed track instead of wait. If we could, can we use him to get under Tito? Like if Tito's already licensed, can we?
Well, Tito's
I
not
don't-
another department.
He's not there.
No, I
anymore.
know, but he's licensed to be code enforcer. So if we can get Jesse under him to start, right?
Is
He
he,
has
is,
to have a
can't
year.
put you under Tito.
he's
Tito's
taking
another
classes
department.
already.
Is he already taking? No, he's not even taking classes.
No.
Or so whatever it needs to be. I don't know. if he
So
has to be
Joseph,
under
you'll be
somebody, but-
licensed when?
I'm hoping this week.
Well, we need to get somebody under you.
That's what we're trying to do.
That's
Is
what we need to do.
Yeah.
Jesse.
Yeah.
But then Jesse still needs. We still need one other, right?
Yeah, so like I said, let us go back and see if we can come up with a plan internally.
I just think that is,
Yeah.
it wasn't budgeted for, it's a high expense, and I just think we need to just
What if
look
in
at
the
it.
meantime, if they come back and even if we stick with them, it's like, but it won't exceed this much per month, and that's then on him to not hire, not to call them, except for when needed, and it puts.
I
kind
mean,
of-
I would feel better
it puts
if
a
we did
ceiling on
something
him.
like, did like a 60 or 90 day, not up to a year. Like, how about
I'm
let's just
imagining
get
that's
somebody
their
hired
contract.
within, is that the AOCA contract?
Yeah, so I just got a text from Tito that says, he says that he can still work under his license, under Tito's license.
Sorry, Tito. Love you.
Boy,
Come
listen.
back.
And yeah,
Is after
and
the-
only
the
because this is an,
standards if he has to actually be in that position of a code enforcement officer or not.
So if we don't pass this today, how is that going to hinder you until the next meeting?
Like I said, this is as needed. I don't believe it will hinder
So
my department if we don't approve this today.
let me ask you this, Joseph, is this budgeted, do you have monies budgeted in your budget for this, to cover this?
This wasn't budgeted.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
expense of somebody in that position. So
Yeah.
the position's empty, you have somebody in there.
From the position itself.
Can I ask you if, so the code enforcement aspect of it, that is so that they could issue citations?
Yes.
Right. Prior to that, and just about anyone, as long as they're not calling themselves a code enforcement officer, can do some of the work, and that's what
Exactly.
Jesse's doing.
And that's
They're-
what
like,
Jesse's doing.
They're,
is
they're driving
basically,
around.
the
They're
notifications
uh,
and actually
they're making contact with residents and like
creating
warning,
cases,
warning
making
them.
contact, yes.
Okay, and kind of trying to maybe get some things proactively addressed before a citation is issued. Okay.
So we're okay with, I guess what we can do, postpone it at this point, and then we'll
Yeah,
bring it
right.
back.
You want, yeah, just say you.
Yeah, I want to postpone it.
Then make that motion to postpone.
Yeah, I'd
it.
like to make a motion to postpone an agreement with AOCA Engineering for code enforcement services at this time.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Postpone it to when?
Until we are given a plan?
Okay.
Would that be next meeting or
Say,
next
you
month?
good with that, Joseph, next meeting?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, that would be the July 6th.
July 6th.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right. Now we're gonna consider and
Actually-
act on the prioritization of street paving projects. Well, it only
Hold
took
on, there's a
couple
street on
years.
here I didn't see before. 8th Street is paved. Why is it on here?
Okay, so for the record, Councilmember Camarillo Smith is going to abstain, and she's filed the necessary form, so she will not be participating in this item.
I didn't look on
We'll
there.
pull up in the map so we can look in more
Okay,
than
but I
that.
might
It's
have
on
to
the list.
abstain. I might have to abstain.
You are?
Yeah, I think so, but I don't know why. It's paved, and I don't have water and sewer, but.
On 8th Street?
Mhm. Just worthless lots. You can have them. I just pay taxes.
Yeah, just for the record, a lot of these, I was gonna throw a note. So after talking about Tito, and I was gonna come up with a list of streets for Tito to pave. While he- So a lot of these streets are already paved, so these are overlays. So if the road is still in decent condition, be overlaid, that's what these are for. So these aren't just like, it's a dirt road into asphalt. It's like, no, it's currently asphalt, but we're trying to catch it before it gets dilapidated.
Okay, then I'm gonna go.
Okay, cool. Is that the order you wanna do it in?
No, that was just a random order. That's what tonight is for, because we need a direction of what to go first.
The only one I want to speak on, because the entire time I've been sitting in that seat for 6 years, there's been someone from Pelican Cove in here every year, and they've been awfully patient. And the last time there's been any paving work done in there was when those streets were paved almost 30 years ago.
Okay.
So that's the one I'll speak on. Everybody else can
Can we
have
go
fun
back
with
to
the rest.
list?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me go back to the list.
I know Guile was supposed to be paved years ago as well when we were doing the mobile village, so if you can consider that one somewhere along the way.
I did have a citizen reach out to me about Avenue A, because right now, where Avenue A and DeBerry meet, it's.
Oh, it's trashed right there.
Trashed right there
Yeah.
because of all the rains. It's just.
Sure.
So is all this already budgeted for?
That's coming out of the $16 million fire station deal.
Oh, and how,
Yeah, none of
and
this is budgeted.
Yeah.
what was the timeline on those?
We could, depends if you're asking in a 12-month period or to the end of the fiscal year, or you're just wondering, we can get all this done in a matter of a year. It's not a problem, but.
You can probably get
if we
started
did
in a
maybe like
couple-
one a month, but that's pretty
Yeah.
reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's wonderful. I think it'd be great if we could get a timeline and post it on our website so that our citizens can know when, what month their roads are gonna be paved.
Okay.
Just to kind of appease them, those that have been waiting.
I mean, how soon could we go out for RFPs for hot mix?
Well, I'll bring it to the next council meeting, so it'll be after that. So if it's June, July, I'd say August could be the first street we
First-
pave.
first-
And just
okay.
target one street per month, but if you can give me a direction of the priority on it, then I
Yeah.
can come up with that schedule.
I'm stuck on the one that's at the top. That one needs to stay there. And then,
Okay.
council, you guys can figure out which ones you want to go next on the list. And probably, I don't mean to
They
butt in.
they all need to be done.
I think if we do that Pelican Cove, David, probably Pacific should jump up there with it, because then you won't have to remobilize your equipment,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, well, it's such a small street, it would have to be packaged with another one. Same with
Okay.
Arch, and, honestly, even like the 8th and McClung, like, it would have to be packaged with another street, because it wouldn't
Right.
make sense to
Right.
rent equipment to
Well-
pave something in 2 hours.
Yeah,
Okay.
patch them and then, the ones that have the most people, where, it's used more often.
Like the traffic count, or you're talking about resident
Both.
homes? Like, okay. Then it would be at Pelican Cove and then Avenue A.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Avenue
So
A
I
is.
think he said Pacific after Pelican
Huh?
Cove.
Yeah.
He said Pacific
Yeah.
after Pelican
Especially
Cove.
with
Pelican Cove
school
and
starting back up in
Pacific.
a couple
Yeah.
months.
And then I guess it would be Avenue A.
Okay.
Then,
And then
13th
do your
Street.
grouping and see what's left.
Because what's the total on that so far?
I think it was like 3.2 is what,
3.2.
yeah.
You know, I know West Guile, they've been waiting forever, but
Oh,
so
yeah.
has everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah.
So everybody's in the same boat.
Yep.
I would say let's just start, let's just get it started.
Okay. So
But-
if you want to do this instead, because it might be kind of overwhelming trying to prioritize all of them, if you can give me like 3 streets you would like for me to tackle, and because it's still going to be a couple months before we do the RFP and do the bids and actually open them and actually go pave. At that point, I can come back to another council meeting and say, okay, now we have these many streets left. Which are the next phase?
I'd say the Pelican Cove, Avenue A,
Pacific.
and 13th Street. 'Cause 13th Street and there's
Well,
destroyed.
what about Pacific?
Pacific will be grouped with Pelican Cove.
Yeah,
you
they
said?
could throw it in there. How many feet is Pacific? Probably.
Like 200 maybe.
If
on,
that.
on the top of my head, but
Yeah,
it's like 2 hours worth of bids.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it won't take no time at all to knock that one out.
My question with Avenue A is, with school starting back up here in a couple of months, will that interfere with it, or?
We would have to get engineered traffic control for that one. I do have that budget, that's where the number's kind of high. So I'll have to get a traffic control engineer to design and redirect and detour. So there'll be an inconvenience, but it could be done. But if that's something we could wait for next May or June, then that would be ideal as well.
So what I have for the first group is Pelican Cove, Pacific, Avenue A, and 13th Street.
Sounds good to me. You good with that? You good with that, Lillian?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then after we do those, then you'll come back. Okay.
Yeah,
Alright, so then,
another
okay.
cluster.
So then we'll just need a motion.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. Make a motion, Doug? Yeah.
Which ones were
And if you don't mind
I'll make-
doing the specific order, please, not just the group.
What we
If you could tell me which one you want first, second, and third.
Yeah. Say
Assuming Pacific's gonna be grouped with Pelican Cove, so
Yeah,
just,
we'll do Pelican Cove, Pacific, Avenue A, and 13th.
Yes.
Starting off. Okay.
I mean, they're all important. They're all
Yeah.
people that live within our city, which are
Definitely.
needing attention.
yes, but I can
And-
only pay one street at a time, that's why I need,
Right, we can only
that's
do
why I
one-
need a direction
right.
of what to do first, second, and third.
And our citizens, you know, somebody has to go first and someone's gonna be last.
Avenue A and then 13th.
How do you pick them? That's hard, because it's almost like we're trying to show
Go for it.
priority to one. If we pick them first,
Cut
you know,
it.
it's just,
Do it.
it's a hard.
But also look at this light, that we are blessed that we do have the funding to do all the
Absolutely.
streets versus
You
saying
ain't
like,
kidding.
we're doing 3 and that's it. It's like, no, we are gonna do that whole list.
Uh-huh.
It's just in terms of where we're gonna go first.
I say put them all in a hat and draw them. That way
See,
it's
and
fair.
after these are done, there's still money left to do some more, so we'll keep wearing
Keep
his
knocking 'em
boots
out.
out for a while to come.
So is there a reason why you can only do one a month?
Staff.
Just for strategic purposes. I mean, we can more likely do 2 or 3 a month, but at the same time, we're also having to deal with other maintenance issues and things of
Just
that sort. I
asking.
mean, it's always ideal, like when I kind of think, hey, we'll do a water line, we'll get it done in 3 weeks, and it takes us 3 months because we have to stop and go do something else. Because the same crew that's going to pave these streets are the same ones that manage the signs, do the potholes, do right-of-way maintenance, sweep streets. So it's like, it's the same staff, and we also have to pull staff from the mowing department to pave. So even though the paving's like 2 or 3 days worth, it does take a burden out of citywide maintenance.
Yep.
And that's why I don't want to stress out by trying to say, hey, we'll do 3 streets in a month. It's like, we'll do 1, go catch up on work orders, and come back and do the next month.
Well, I'd say put a schedule together, and then if, you know, you have a gap where you can do one earlier, so be it.
Sure. Okay.
I'll make a motion to consider an act on paving the first 3 of these streets as Pelican Cove, Pacific Avenue, Avenue A, and then 13th Street.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, thanks, David.
You didn't vote. You have to vote. There's only 2 of us. Where's Ruth?
You didn't, did you vote, Mayor? You didn't vote?
Yeah.
You didn't?
Okay,
did?
aye.
Okay.
I didn't say it loud enough for the thing. Okay, now we're gonna consider an act on
You
approving.
want to call everybody in?
Yeah, make
What?
it, make it,
call back in.
A roll call?
Not everybody, but only 2. That's the
The 2
I
that
already
are-
forgot half the
Why
gang
did
was
Ruth?
gone.
Why did she recuse herself?
Myrtle.
Oh.
Okay, now we're gonna consider an act on approving a pro rata water extension agreement with Mr. Robert Knox to install a 6-inch water supply line to an RV development on Highland Avenue.
We do have Mr. Knox in the audience if you guys have any specific questions, but in a nutshell, he's just gonna do an extension of water line. He will tie into our water main, run the 2,000 feet to his development, but if anybody ties in, then this pro rata agreement would basically govern how much. It wouldn't be a regular tapping fee. They would have to cover a portion of the actual water construction.
How many meters does he plan on tying into this?
I think you're just doing 1 4-inch meter, right? Just one 4-inch
4-inch
meter.
meter.
And then he'll split from there.
With how many RV lots?
You want to come?
80 to
speak on
90?
it. Who's not thinking?
80 to 90.
That's a lot.
So this is the money that he is fronting to do the construction. So this is not a portion the city's going to pay. This is a portion that he's going to pay.
That's important to
Yes.
emphasize. The city's
Correct.
not paying
so
for
this
anything.
is not money for us to pay.
Yeah, I'm footing the bill on this one. And what it is, it's going to be a kind of unique development. It's not going to be like any other RV resorts in the area. It'll be patterned after a farm theme. So actually it'll have probably 2 to 3 large garden areas, chicken coops, little mini cows and goats, stuff like that. Similar to if anybody's been out to Welch Farms, which is a agri entertainment development between Port Lavaca and Victoria. I'd encourage you to go. It's a really neat place. It started out just as an olive grower and developed into just a full-blown venue space. And so that's kind of, we're not going to ever be a venue, but it's patterned after or geared towards long-term residents. We won't do daily rentals or weekly rentals. It'll be monthly rentals, long-term retirees, pretty much is what we're going for. Also, too, is we'll have on-site storage, permanent storage facilities for the residents, which will be similar to my development over in Sinton, which is Sinton Secure Storage. You can pull up on Facebook, which is one-trip cargo containers, so they're airtight, watertight, but also, too, we're on the coast. They're hurricane-proof. So people can store their contents on-site, and if they have to evacuate for hurricanes, their stuff is still
Secured.
safe. Secure, safe, yes.
But will you have fainting goats?
You know, it's
I'm fine with it.
Me too.
I'll make a motion to consider an act on approving a pro rata water extension agreement with Mr.
Is this open for discussion?
Yeah, come on. You can come up.
Where do you want her? Do you want her to make the motion and then discuss?
Yeah, she needs to finish her motion.
Oh, you can.
Hold,
It doesn't matter.
on Highland Avenue.
Is that inside the city limits?
No.
It's not. Is that one out there in the country where you dug all that out there, had all that brush out there
Yes.
that you've been working on for a couple of years? That's all I needed to know.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion to consider an act on approving a pro rata water extension agreement with Mr. Robert Knox to install a 6-inch water supply line to an RV development on Highland Avenue.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, and now we're going to move into executive session, and we have several items. First will be status on wet slip permit application. We also have Aransas Pass Chamber of Commerce audit. Third will be potential proposal at Con Brown Harbor, Mark Lunsky. Fourth will be Con Brown Harbor lease, M&R Real Estate Investment LLC, and it is 8:53 p.m. Okay, we're going to reconvene in open session. It is 10:02 p.m. And do we have any motions to make?
Yes, I want to make a motion to deny request for Mark Lensky for 650 linear feet at Con Brown Harbor.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, and do we have any further motions?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to terminate the Con Brown Harbor lease with ML and MR Real Estate Investments LLC due to leasee not providing documentation by the deadline given as requested in the certified mail dated May 18th, 2026, and email dated May 20th, 2026.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. And I think there's no further action to be taken. And with that being said, meeting adjourned.